The morning light spilled gently through Earl and Peggy's kitchen windows, warming the wooden table until it glowed like honey. The air carried the comforting scent of butter melting on fresh pancakes, the sweetness of maple syrup warming in a small ceramic pitcher, and the rich aroma of coffee drifting from the pot between Blake and Earl. Steam curled upward from the mugs in slow, lazy ribbons. Peggy moved with practiced ease as she slid a fresh stack of pancakes onto a platter. The edges sizzled faintly when they touched the warm ceramic. Peggy said, "I'm so glad you and Amethyst could come this morning, Blake. This house gets real quiet now that all the kids are grown." Earl speared a piece of sausage, the fork scraping lightly against his plate. Earl said, "Ain't that the truth? I keep hoping the grandkids'll stop by, but teenagers got their own world now." Blake lifted his mug and inhaled the earthy scent before taking a slow sip. Blake said, "You two have built a beautiful home. It is no wonder everyone loves being here." Amethyst returned from the counter with a bowl of berries. The blueberries, strawberries, and blackberries glistened under the morning light. She spooned a handful onto her plate, and the berries rolled softly against the porcelain. Peggy's eyes brightened as she watched her. Peggy said, "And we just adore LT and Rich. Those boys remind us of our own kids when they were young." Earl nodded while chewing thoughtfully. The faint crunch of crisp bacon echoed between them. Earl said, "I've been thinkin' the same thing. LT's gonna be all right." Amethyst reached for the orange juice. The cold pitcher was beaded with condensation, and she poured slowly, the liquid splashing softly into her glass. Amethyst said, "Speaking of the boys, we have a new seminar today. A big one. If you know anyone who might benefit, feel free to invite them. We are using the large classroom upstairs." Earl paused mid-bite, his eyebrows rising. Earl said, "Oh, you mean that big fancy one on the penthouse floor? I heard ambassadors and mayors use that room." Blake chuckled while cutting into a pancake. The fork slid through the fluffy center, releasing a warm puff of steam. Blake said, "It is open to everyone. Most people avoid it because the time slots are limited. But no one booked it today, so we have it for the entire day." Earl reached for his coffee, blew gently across the surface, and took a sip. Earl said, "Do they serve lunch up there? I heard something about a caterer." Blake said, "Lunch is the same as always, but that floor has its own dining hall, so no one needs to take the elevator." Peggy drizzled syrup over her pancakes, the amber stream catching the light. Peggy said, "I can't wait to see that room. Amethyst, you said this seminar is about people who have trouble smelling." Amethyst nodded and wiped a small berry stain from her thumb. Amethyst said, "Yes. Blake can explain it better." Blake set down his fork and picked up his napkin, wiping his mouth before leaning back slightly in his chair. Blake said, "The upcoming session will focus on olfactory dysfunctions, including congenital anosmia, post-viral hyposmia, and structural abnormalities of the nasal turbinates. Some individuals experience impaired olfactory transduction due to neurological disruptions, while others have airflow limitations caused by craniofacial variations that restrict the patency of the nasal passages. These conditions can interfere with odorant binding at the level of the olfactory epithelium, resulting in diminished or absent chemosensory perception." Earl stared at him, his eyebrows slowly climbing toward his hairline. He scratched the side of his head, then looked over at Peggy and said, "Peg, I swear, I don't know why he thinks folks walk around talkin' like this every day." Peggy pressed her napkin to her mouth to hide her smile. Earl finally looked back at Blake and said, "English, Blake. English. Blake laughed softly, the sound warm and good-natured. Blake said, "All right. Let me put it in simpler terms. Some people's noses do not work the way other people's do. Some were born without a sense of smell. Some lost it after an illness or an injury. Some have nasal passages shaped in a way that makes it hard for air to move through. And because they cannot smell themselves, they cannot always tell when something is off. It is not laziness. It is not neglect. It is a medical condition." Earl nodded slowly as he took another bite of pancake. Earl said, "Now that makes sense." The phone rang suddenly, a sharp sound cutting through the soft morning atmosphere. Earl wiped his hands on a napkin and stepped into the living room to answer it. Peggy watched him go, then turned to Amethyst with a warm smile. Peggy said, "I just wanna say thank you. You do so much to help Blake. Seeing a husband and wife work together like that is beautiful." Amethyst smiled gently and traced the rim of her juice glass with her fingertip. Amethyst said, "Thank you, Peggy. That means a lot." Earl returned to the table with the faint scent of fresh coffee still clinging to him. Peggy asked who had called, and Earl said, "I'll tell you later." Peggy raised an eyebrow but let it go, taking a slow sip of her orange juice. Blake checked his watch and stood up. Blake said, "We should head over and get everything set up. Thank you both for breakfast." Chairs scraped softly against the floor as Blake and Amethyst stood. Peggy hugged them both, her apron brushing lightly against Blake's sleeve, and then they headed out the door. As soon as the door closed, Earl leaned toward Peggy and lowered his voice. Earl said, "That was Bonnie. She wanted to know what time she can come over to start setting up for Blake's surprise birthday party." Peggy's face lit up like sunrise. Peggy said, "Oh, that's right. No wonder you didn't wanna say anything." Earl reminded her gently. Earl said, "Just make sure you don't slip. You know how you get." Peggy laughed and waved him off. Peggy said, "I can keep a secret." Earl raised an eyebrow and said, Sure you can." Peggy took another bite of pancake, then frowned thoughtfully. Peggy said, "I been wonderin' about Rich. I don't understand why he and his little girl's mama ain't together. He seems like such a good father." Earl sighed and took a long drink of coffee. Earl said, "I ain't got a clue." Peggy tapped her fork lightly against her plate. Peggy said, "You think he was mean to her?" Earl shook his head. Earl said, "Nah, he don't seem like the type." Peggy shrugged and took a bite of berries. Peggy said, "Maybe it's something to do with his past. Maybe she was part of that life too." Earl nodded slowly. Earl said, "Could be. Maybe they both needed to walk away from each other to grow." Peggy considered that, then said, "Or maybe it's like LT and Marissa. One person grows up and the other don't." Earl agreed. Earl said, "Exactly. We just don't know. He's private." Peggy sighed, then brightened suddenly. Peggy said, "Well, I know one thing. Rôvi'd be perfect for him." Earl groaned and stabbed a piece of bacon. Earl said, "Here we go." Peggy laughed, and the sound mingled with the clink of dishes and the soft morning breeze drifting through the open window. Earl and Peggy stepped into the main hallway of the professional building, and the familiar morning bustle greeted them immediately. The air carried the faint scent of floor polish mixed with the warm smell of fresh coffee drifting from somewhere down the corridor. They could hear the soft clinking of the soda machine as someone pressed the buttons, followed by the heavy thud of a can dropping into the tray. A security guard walked by with steady, heavy footsteps, the keys on his belt jingling with each step. Two parole officers passed in the opposite direction, their radios crackling softly with bursts of static. The receptionist sat behind her desk, already organized for the day, flipping through a clipboard with crisp, practiced motions. Peggy walked up to the desk with a warm smile. Peggy said, "Good morning. We're here for Dr. Blake's seminar." The receptionist, who already knew them well, looked down at her list and nodded. The receptionist said, "Yes, you two are all set. The seminar will be on the 10th floor in Suite 101. Earl glanced at Peggy with a small grin. Earl said, "You'll remember that, right?" Peggy nodded. Peggy said, "10th floor, Suite 101. I've got it." They turned toward the elevator, their footsteps echoing lightly on the polished floor. While they waited, Peggy looked around the hallway, scanning faces to see if she recognized anyone. So far, no one looked familiar. The elevator dinged softly, and the doors slid open with a smooth whisper. Earl and Peggy stepped inside, and the doors closed behind them. The elevator hummed as it began to rise, the soft vibration running through the floor beneath their feet. Peggy looked up at Earl with a small sigh. Peggy said, "I wish we could have stopped by to see Blake and Amethyst, but I know they're going to be busy today." Earl nodded, resting one hand on the rail. Earl said, "Yeah, I wanted to say hello too, but they've got a full day ahead." The elevator slowed, then opened onto the 10th floor with a gentle chime. Earl and Peggy stepped out and immediately noticed how different it felt up there. The air smelled cleaner, almost like fresh linen mixed with a hint of sanitizer. The hallway was wider, brighter, and quieter than the floors below. Peggy looked around with wide eyes. Peggy said, "It really does smell different up here." Earl pointed toward a sign with an arrow that read, Suite 101. Earl said, "Looks like that's where we're headed." Peggy spotted another sign that read, Dr. Blake Seminar. Peggy said, "There it is." They walked into the classroom, and both of their mouths dropped open. Earl let out a low whistle as he looked around. Earl said, "This place is huge." The space was enormous, with tall windows stretching across the far wall, offering a sweeping view of the city below. Sunlight poured in, reflecting off the polished floors and giving the room a soft, golden glow. A few people were already seated. Some nodded politely at Earl and Peggy, and they waved back. Peggy looked around in amazement. Peggy said, "Where do you want to sit?" Earl pointed toward the front. Earl said, "Let's get close so we can hear everything." As they walked toward the desks, Earl noticed small speakers built into each one. Earl said, "Look at that. They've got speakers right on the desks." Peggy leaned in to inspect one. Peggy said, "That's really nice. Everyone should be able to hear clearly." Earl looked up and spotted a larger speaker mounted near the ceiling. Earl said, "And they've got one up there too." Peggy turned toward the front of the room and gasped softly. Peggy said, "Earl, look at those screens. They're enormous." They walked toward the middle of the room and chose seats that gave them a full view of everything. Peggy ran her hand along the back of the chair and smiled. Peggy said, "This is really comfortable." Earl sat down and leaned back, letting out a satisfied breath. Earl said, "If classrooms had chairs like this when I was younger, I might have stayed longer." Peggy laughed and spun gently in her chair, delighted by how smoothly it moved. A few people nearby smiled at her joy. The door opened again, and Rocky walked in with his wife right behind him. Peggy waved. Peggy said, "Oh look, Earl, Rocky and his wife are here." Rocky nodded with a warm smile, and his wife waved back. Peggy leaned closer to Earl. Peggy said, "I'm glad they made it. I hope Rich can come too." Earl nodded. Earl said, "Yeah, I hope so." Peggy settled into her chair and sighed happily. Peggy said, "This chair is wonderful." Earl chuckled. Earl said, "Don't get any ideas." More people began to enter the room. A plus-size woman walked in quietly, looking around for a seat. A young woman with dwarfism entered next, her steps steady and confident. A few younger adults followed, chatting softly among themselves. Peggy nudged Earl gently. Peggy said, "She looks familiar. I wonder if she's related to Taquan." Earl shrugged. Earl said, "Could be. Hard to say." The door opened again, and LT walked in. Peggy whispered that he didn't see them yet, but then LT looked up and spotted them. He walked over, nodded, and greeted them before sitting in the row ahead. Earl leaned forward. Earl said, "Hey son, do you know if Rich is coming?" LT shook his head. LT said, "He had to work." Earl nodded. Earl said, "All right. Thanks." Peggy looked a little disappointed but still proud that Rich was taking care of himself. A moment later, Tarquin entered, rolling a suitcase behind him. Dr. Blake followed, also pulling a suitcase. They both began setting up near the front of the room. Several other facilitators walked in as well, each wearing name badges and carrying folders or equipment. Amethyst rolled her cart into the room, the wheels clicking softly against the floor. She waved at Earl and Peggy, and they waved back. Peggy watched as Amethyst began placing folders, pens, and notepads on each desk. The soft rustle of paper and the gentle clatter of pens filled the room as she worked. More people continued to arrive, filling the space with quiet conversation, footsteps, and the soft scrape of chairs being pulled out. The room felt alive now, warm, bright, and full of anticipation, the perfect beginning for a seminar unlike anything they had ever attended. The grounding moment. The first teaching segment.
The classroom continued to fill as participants found their seats. The sunlight from the tall windows cast soft golden stripes across the desks, and the quiet hum of conversation made the room feel warm and alive. Earl and Peggy sat together in the middle row, settling comfortably into their chairs. LT sat directly in front of them, leaning back slightly as he scrolled through something on his phone. Isabella entered first, choosing a seat near the center. Paul followed, selecting a table with a clear view of the screens. Tabitha slipped into a seat near the aisle, while Heather chose a spot by the windows. Bartholomew sat near the front, adjusting his glasses. Josh found a seat with a calm, steady posture. Samantha sat toward the back, giving space to the person she came to support. Then the door opened again. Olga stepped inside. Her extremely blonde hair caught the light, almost glowing, and her bright sky blue eyes scanned the room quickly. She held her bag close, clearly planning to sit near the door. But then she saw him. Her expression softened instantly. She changed direction and walked straight toward Lieutenant. He sensed movement and looked up, and the moment he recognized her, that classic LT smile appeared. The sideways one. The Bruce Willis cool one. The one that said he knew exactly who she was. Olga stopped at his table, smiling warmly. Olga said, "Hi, TRO." A few people glanced over, curious but polite. LT gave her a small wink. LT said, "Hey. Been a long time." She gestured toward the empty chair on his right. Olga said, "Is anyone sitting here?" LT shook his head and immediately pulled the chair out for her. LT said, "Nope. Go ahead." She sat on the right. He sat on the left. The middle seat stayed empty, a quiet little mystery between them. From behind them, Peggy leaned slightly toward Earl. Peggy said, "Well, looks like LT knows her." Earl raised an eyebrow, watching the interaction with mild curiosity. Earl said, "Sure does. They look real familiar with each other." Peggy gave a small smile. Peggy said, "He seems happy she's here." Earl nodded. Earl said, "Yeah, he does." Before they could say more, the soft click of a microphone adjusting echoed through the room. Dr. Blake stepped forward. The quiet conversations tapered off. Chairs stopped moving. The room settled into a warm, attentive hush. Dr. Blake looked out at the full classroom, the participants at their tables, the families in the back, the facilitators standing ready, and gave a calm, welcoming nod. Dr. Blake said, "Good morning, everyone. Thank you for being here. We have an important conversation ahead of us, and I'm honored to introduce the panel who will help guide it." The seminar was officially beginning. Dr. Blake stepped forward, adjusting the microphone with a soft click. The room quieted almost instantly. Conversations tapered off, chairs stopped moving, and a gentle stillness settled over the space. The sunlight from the tall windows framed him in a warm glow as he looked out at the full classroom, participants at their tables, families seated quietly in the back, facilitators standing ready. He offered a calm, welcoming nod. Dr. Blake said, "Good morning, everyone. I'm grateful you're here. Today we're going to talk about something that affects far more people than most realize, and yet, it's rarely discussed with compassion, accuracy, or dignity." A few people shifted in their seats, listening closely. Dr. Blake continued, "Loss of smell, reduced smell, sensory differences, structural differences, metabolic conditions, these are not character flaws. They are medical realities, and for many of you, they've shaped your lives in ways others may never have understood." Peggy leaned forward slightly, her hands folded neatly on the desk. Earl nodded, already invested. Blake gestured toward the front row where the panel sat. "I want to begin by introducing the individuals who will help guide our conversation today. Each of them brings a unique perspective, and each of them represents a story that deserves to be heard without shame." He turned slightly, acknowledging the first panelist. Isabella lives with achondroplasia, a form of dwarfism. She's here to share her experience with airflow differences and how that affects smell detection. Isabella gave a small, steady nod. Dr. Blake continued, "Paul was born with congenital anosmia. He has never had a sense of smell, and he brings insight into what it means to navigate the world without that internal warning system." He continues, "Olga experiences sensory processing differences. Hygiene routines can be overwhelming for her, not because of neglect, but because of neurological wiring." Olga glanced briefly toward LT, then back to Blake, listening closely. He continues, "Zach is recovering from a traumatic brain injury. His sense of smell changed suddenly after the injury, and he's here to talk about the emotional impact of that shift." Zach nodded once, jaw set with quiet determination. He continues, "Tabitha lives with chronic sinus disease. Recurrent infections and blocked passages have affected her smell for years." Tabitha offered a polite smile. He continues, "Josh has a metabolic condition that affects body odor. Not hygiene, biology. He's here to talk about advocacy and workplace dignity." Josh sat tall, appreciative of the clarity. Dr. Blake continues, "Esther Sue is autistic. She experiences internal cues differently and has sensory aversions to certain hygiene products." Esther Sue sat calm and observant. He continues, "Bartholomew has congenital hyposmia. He can smell some things but not others, and he's spent years being accused of pretending." Bartholomew nodded.
grateful to be named accurately. Dr. Blake continues. Heather has a rare craniofacial condition that affects airflow and smell detection. Heather smiled softly, encouraged by the respectful introduction. He continues. And finally, Samantha is here as a caregiver. She wants to learn how to support her loved one without using shaming language. Samantha gave a small, appreciative nod. He continues. Each of you in this room has a story. Today, we're going to replace shame with understanding, confusion with clarity, and isolation with community. Let's begin. Dr. Blake stepped slightly closer to the podium, resting one hand on its edge. The room was silent now, not tense, just attentive, ready. Dr. Blake said, "Before we talk about experiences, I want to make sure we're all working from the same foundation. So let's begin with something simple, but often misunderstood." Dr. Blake said, "Smell loss is not one thing. It is not one condition. It is not one cause. It is a spectrum, and every person in this room is somewhere on that spectrum for a different reason." A few people nodded, recognizing themselves in his words. He continued, "When we say smell loss, we're talking about several possible realities." He lifted a hand, counting gently on his fingers. He continued, "Some people are born without a sense of smell, congenital anosmia. Some have reduced smell from birth, congenital hyposmia. Some lose it suddenly after an injury. Some lose it gradually because of sinus disease. Some have structural differences that limit airflow. Some have metabolic or endocrine conditions that affect body odor or breath. Some have sensory processing differences that make hygiene routines overwhelming. These are medical realities, not moral failures, not character flaws, not hygiene problems. Medical realities." A quiet ripple of relief moved through the room. He continued, "The nose is not just a smell organ. It is a warning system. It tells us when food is spoiled, when something is burning, when chemicals are in the air. When that system is missing or impaired, the brain has to work harder. People have to rely on others. And that reliance can be misunderstood." He looked around the room, making gentle eye contact with several participants. He continued, "Many of you have been shamed for something you cannot control. Some of you have been punished. Some of you have been humiliated. Some of you have been told you were careless, lazy, or inconsiderate." Peggy's eyes softened. Earl shifted, jaw tightening with empathy. Dr. Blake continued, "But the truth is this. Smell loss is a medical condition. And like any medical condition, it deserves understanding, not judgment. Today, we're going to talk about what smell loss actually is, biologically, neurologically, structurally, and emotionally. We're going to talk about airflow. We're going to talk about olfactory receptors. We're going to talk about sensory overload. We're going to talk about metabolic byproducts. We're going to talk about trauma. And we're going to talk about dignity." A few people straightened in their chairs, encouraged by the clarity. He continued, "By the end of this seminar, my goal is simple: that every person in this room understands their body better, feels less alone, and walks out with language that replaces shame with accuracy." He gave a small, reassuring nod. He continued, "So let's begin with the basics: how smell works, and what happens when it doesn't." The screens behind him lit up softly, ready for the first lesson. Dr. Blake tapped a button on the podium, and the screens behind him lit up with a soft blue diagram of the nose and olfactory system. He stepped to the side so everyone could see clearly. He said, "To understand smell loss, we first need to understand how smell works. And the truth is, it's one of the most elegant systems in the human body. He pointed to the diagram, a simple outline of the nasal passages, airflow pathways, and the olfactory bulb. He continued, smell begins with airflow. Air has to enter the nose, travel upward, and reach a small patch of tissue called the olfactory epithelium. That's where the smell receptors live. He traced the airflow path with his finger. If airflow is blocked, restricted, or redirected, because of sinus disease, structural differences, inflammation, or injury, the smell molecules never reach the receptors. And if they don't reach the receptors, the brain never receives the signal. A few people nodded, following the visual. He continued, now, inside that olfactory tissue are millions of tiny receptors. Each one is designed to detect specific chemical shapes. When a smell molecule fits into a receptor, it sends an electrical signal to the olfactory bulb, the part of the brain right above your nose. He tapped the image of the olfactory bulb. He continued, from there, the signal travels to the limbic system, the emotional center of the brain, and then to the cortex, where you identify the smell. He paused, letting the complexity settle. He continued, this means smell is not just a nose function. It is a brain function. It is a neurological function. It is an airflow function. It is a structural function. He looked around the room, making sure everyone was with him. He continued, so when someone has trouble detecting smells, it could be because of the receptors. It could be because of the olfactory bulb. It could be because of airflow. It could be because of inflammation. It could be because of trauma. It could be because of genetics. It could be because of sensory processing differences. There is no single cause. And there is no single experience. Now, here's something important. The nose is the only place in the body where neurons are directly exposed to the outside world. That makes the system powerful, but also vulnerable. He clicked to the next slide, a simple illustration of smell receptors regenerating. He continued, these neurons can regenerate, but they can also be damaged. And depending on the cause, they may or may not recover. So when someone says, just try harder, or, you should be able to smell that, or, you're not paying attention, they are misunderstanding the biology. Smell is not willpower. Smell is anatomy. Smell is neurology. Smell is chemistry. Smell is airflow. And when any part of that system is disrupted, even slightly, the entire experience of smell can change. Now that we understand the system, let's talk about what happens when airflow is limited, and why some of you may smell certain things but not others. He clicked to the next slide, ready for the airflow demonstration. Dr. Blake said, this means smell is not just a nose function. It is a brain function. It is a neurological function. It is an airflow function. It is a structural function. He looked around the room, making sure everyone was with him. Dr. Blake said, so when someone has trouble detecting smells, it could be because of the receptors. It could be because of the olfactory bulb. It could be because of airflow. It could be because of inflammation. It could be because of trauma. It could be because of genetics. It could be because of sensory processing differences. He lowered his hand. Dr. Blake said, there is no single cause. And there is no single experience. Peggy leaned forward, fascinated. Earl nodded slowly, absorbing every word. Dr. Blake said, now, here's something important. The nose is the only place in the body where neurons are directly exposed to the outside world. That makes the system powerful, but also vulnerable. He clicked to the next slide, a simple illustration of smell receptors regenerating. Dr. Blake said, These neurons can regenerate. But they can also be damaged. And depending on the cause, they may or may not recover. A quiet murmur of understanding moved through the room. Dr. Blake said, "So when someone says, 'Just try harder,' or, 'You should be able to smell that,' or, 'You're not paying attention,' they are misunderstanding the biology." He let that land. Dr. Blake said, "Smell is not willpower. Smell is anatomy. Smell is neurology. Smell is chemistry. Smell is airflow." He stepped back from the screen, hands relaxed at his sides. Dr. Blake said, "And when any part of that system is disrupted, even slightly, the entire experience of smell can change." The room was silent, fully engaged. Dr. Blake said, "Now that we understand the system, let's talk about what happens when airflow is limited, and why some of you may smell certain things but not others." He clicked to the next slide, ready for the airflow demonstration. Dr. Blake clicked to the next slide, and the screens shifted to a clean animation of air moving through the nasal passages. The room quieted even further, everyone leaning in just a little. He said, "Now that we understand the structure of the smell system, let's talk about airflow, because airflow is the gateway to smell." He stepped to the side so the animation was fully visible. He continued, "When you breathe in, air doesn't simply go straight back. It has to curve upward into a narrow space called the olfactory cleft. That's where the smell receptors live." He continued, "If that pathway is blocked, even slightly, smell detection changes. And depending on the cause, it can change a little, or a lot." He clicked again. The animation split into 3 simple diagrams. Normal airflow, restricted airflow, severely blocked airflow. Let's walk through these. He pointed to the first image. He continued, "This is normal airflow. Air moves freely. Smell molecules reach the receptors without difficulty." He shifted to the second. He continued, "This is restricted airflow. What we see in chronic sinus disease, inflammation, allergies, or certain structural differences. Some air gets through, but not enough to carry all the smell molecules." A few participants nodded, recognizing themselves. Then he pointed to the third. He continued, "And this is severe blockage. What happens during infections, polyps, or certain congenital conditions? Very little air reaches the receptors. Smell becomes faint, inconsistent, or disappears entirely." He let the room absorb that. He continued, "This is why some of you can smell strong odors but not subtle ones. It's not inconsistency, it's airflow physics. And this is also why some of you can smell certain things but not others. Different molecules require different airflow patterns to reach the receptors." He continued, "So when someone says, 'How could you not smell that?' the answer is simple. The air didn't reach the receptors. It's not a choice. It's not neglect. It's anatomy." He continued, "Now that we've covered the basics of airflow, it's time to hear from the specialist who deals with this every day. I'd like to introduce our first expert, an otolaryngologist, also known as an ENT. They'll walk us through the medical conditions that affect airflow, smell detection, and nasal function." The ENT stood, adjusting their badge, ready to begin. The ENT stood, smoothing the front of their white coat before stepping toward the podium. He offered a polite nod to Blake, then turned to the audience. The ENT said, "Good morning, everyone. My name is Dr. Harris, and I'm an otolaryngologist. That's the medical term for an ear, nose, and throat specialist. Most people just say, ENT. My job today is to help you understand the medical conditions that affect airflow and smell detection." He clicked a small remote, and the screens behind them shifted to a clean diagram of the nasal passages. Dr. Harris said, "Dr. Blake explained the basics of airflow beautifully. I want to take that a step further and talk about what actually interferes with that airflow." He pointed to the diagram. He continued, "There are three major categories that affect smell from an ENT perspective: structural differences, inflammation, and obstruction." He held up one finger. He continued, "First, structural differences. Some people are born with narrower nasal passages, curved septums, or smaller olfactory clefts. This is common in certain genetic conditions, including some forms of dwarfism and other craniofacial differences. These differences are not defects. They are simply variations in anatomy. But he can limit how much air reaches the smell receptors." He raised a second finger. He continued, "Second, inflammation. This includes sinus infections, allergies, chronic sinus disease, and anything that causes swelling inside the nose. When the tissue swells, the airflow narrows." Tabitha nodded slowly, recognizing her own experience. Dr. Harris said, "Inflammation can be temporary, like during a cold, or long-term, like in chronic sinusitis. And long-term inflammation can reduce smell for months or even years." He raised a third finger. He continued, "Third, obstruction. This includes nasal polyps, severe congestion, or anything physically blocking the airflow. When the pathway is blocked, smell molecules simply can't reach the receptors." He clicked to the next slide, a simple animation of a polyp blocking airflow. He continued, "Polyps are a common cause of smell loss. They are benign growths, but they can completely block the olfactory cleft." A few people murmured quietly, surprised. He continued, "Now, here's something important. Smell loss from structural differences or obstruction is not a hygiene issue. It is a medical issue." He let that settle. He continued, "Many of you have been judged unfairly because others assumed you should have smelled something. But if the air never reached the receptors, you couldn't have smelled it, no matter how hard you tried. And for those of you who can smell some things but not others, that is normal for restricted airflow. Larger, stronger molecules may get through. Smaller or subtler ones may not. Finally, I want to emphasize this. Smell loss is not your fault. It is not a reflection of your character, your cleanliness, or your effort. It is anatomy, physiology, and sometimes genetics." Dr. Harris said, "In a moment, you'll hear from a rhinologist, a specialist who focuses specifically on smell disorders. He'll take us deeper into the olfactory system and explain why some of you were born with reduced smell or no smell at all." Dr. Harris said, "Thank you for being here, and thank you for your courage in learning about your own bodies." Dr. Blake stepped forward again, ready to introduce the next specialist.
The specialist stood, smoothing the front of his white coat before stepping toward the podium. His posture was calm, confident, and approachable, the kind of presence that immediately put the room at ease. He offered a polite nod to Dr. Blake, then turned to the audience. "Good morning, everyone. My name is Dr. Harris, and I'm an otolaryngologist. That's the full medical term for an ear, nose, and throat specialist. Most people shorten it to ENT, but I want to say the full name first so everyone knows exactly what that means." A few people nodded, appreciating the clarity. He continued, "My job today is to help you understand the medical conditions that affect airflow and smell detection." He clicked a small remote, and the screens behind them shifted to a clean diagram of the nasal passages. He continued, "Dr. Blake explained the basics of airflow beautifully. I want to take that a step further and talk about what actually interferes with that airflow. He pointed to the diagram. There are 3 major categories that affect smell from an ear, nose, and throat perspective: structural differences, inflammation, and obstruction. He held up one finger. First, structural differences. Some people are born with narrower nasal passages, curved septums, or smaller olfactory clefts. This is common in certain genetic conditions, including some forms of dwarfism and other craniofacial differences. Isabella and Heather both sat a little straighter, listening closely. Dr. Harris continued, "These differences are not defects. They're simply variations in anatomy, but they can limit how much air reaches the smell receptors." He raised a second finger. Second, inflammation. This includes sinus infections, allergies, chronic sinus disease, and anything that causes swelling inside the nose. When the tissue swells, the airflow narrows. Tabitha nodded slowly, recognizing her own experience. Dr. Harris continued, "Inflammation can be temporary, like during a cold, or long-term, like in chronic sinusitis. And long-term inflammation can reduce smell for months or even years." He raised a third finger. Third, obstruction. This includes nasal polyps, severe congestion, or anything physically blocking the airflow. When the pathway is blocked, smell molecules simply can't reach the receptors. He clicked to the next slide. A simple animation of a polyp blocking airflow. He continued, "Polyps are a common cause of smell loss. They're benign growths, but they can completely block the olfactory cleft." Now, here's something important. Smell loss from structural differences or obstruction is not a hygiene issue. It is a medical issue. Many of you have been judged unfairly because others assumed you should have smelled something. But if the air never reached the receptors, you couldn't have smelled it, no matter how hard you tried. And for those of you who can smell some things but not others, that is normal for restricted airflow. Larger, stronger molecules may get through. Smaller or subtler ones may not. Finally, I want to emphasize this. Smell loss is not your fault. It is not a reflection of your character, your cleanliness, or your effort. It is anatomy, physiology, and sometimes genetics. In a moment, you'll hear from a rhinologist, a specialist who focuses specifically on smell disorders. They'll take us deeper into the olfactory system and explain why some of you were born with reduced smell or no smell at all. Thank you for being here, and thank you for your courage in learning about your own bodies. The room responded with quiet appreciation, a soft wave of relief, understanding, and dignity. Dr. Blake stepped forward again, ready to introduce the next specialist.
Dr. Cross had just begun explaining the brain pathways when a soft knock sounded at the classroom door. Everyone turned slightly. Through the small glass window, a woman's face appeared, polite, apologetic, holding a clipboard. Tarquin rose quietly and walked to the door. He opened it just enough to speak with her. Their exchange was low-voiced and professional. She handed him the clipboard and a small stack of forms, then gave a quick nod before stepping away. Tarquin closed the door gently and walked the clipboard over to the facilitator's desk. Amethyst leaned in beside him, her expression focused but calm. She studied the clipboard, then glanced up at the audience, left, right, counting silently with her eyes. Tarquin traced his finger down the list, then lifted his head and pointed discreetly into the crowd, counting each participant without making a sound. Amethyst mouthed numbers as she made eye contact with every person in the room. The two of them exchanged a quiet, thoughtful conversation. Dr. Blake stepped over, looking down at the clipboard. His eyes moved across the list, then across the room, checking each participant. The three facilitators spoke softly among themselves. Amethyst moved with quiet purpose toward Earl and Peggy. She lowered her voice so only they could hear. She asked, "Rôvi is on our list to be here today. Do you know where she is?" Earl and Peggy exchanged a look. Peggy answered, "No, I know she doesn't drive. She probably took a taxi." Earl added, "I'm going to go get her. She might not have been able to get a cab or an Uber." Amethyst raised a gentle hand. "Wait, does she have a cell phone?" Peggy nodded. "Yes." Amethyst continued, "Let me call her." Peggy agreed and gave Amethyst the number. Amethyst returned to the facilitator's desk, shared the update with Tarquin and Blake, then stepped aside to make the call. She held the phone to her ear, listening intently. No one could hear what she was saying, but her posture softened, her shoulders relaxed, her expression eased, and a small, relieved smile appeared. Earl leaned forward, unable to hide his protective instinct. He asked quietly, "Is she okay? Is she coming?" Amethyst nodded and gave him a thumbs up. Then she walked over to Earl and Peggy. She explained, "The Uber couldn't find her address at first, but she's on the way now." Earl exhaled. "Good." Peggy added, "If I had known she was coming, I would have given her a ride." Earl nodded. "We're going to have to check in with her. I don't want her relying on taxis." Peggy smiled softly. "You know how independent she is." Earl replied, "Yes, I know." By the time their conversation ended, the clipboard had made its way around the entire classroom. Every participant now held the sign-in sheet, the personal health form. Dr. Blake stepped forward again, his voice steady and warm. He continued, "Everyone, thank you for your patience. We're going to pass around the sign-in sheet. Please sign your name and keep the personal health form with you. Don't turn it in yet, we'll collect those at the end of the session." He handed the first person near the door the clipboard and a form. He added, "Just pass the clipboard along the row, and hold onto your form until I come around later." The room settled again. Amethyst returned to her seat near the facilitator's desk, calm and composed. Tarquin resumed his place beside her. Dr. Cross waited respectfully, allowing the room to reset before continuing his neurological segment. The class was ready to move forward. Dr. Cross had just begun explaining the brain pathways when a soft knock sounded at the classroom door. Everyone turned slightly. Through the small glass window, a woman's face appeared, polite, apologetic, holding a clipboard. Tarquin rose quietly and walked to the door. He opened it just enough to speak with her. Their exchange was low-voiced and professional. She handed him the clipboard and a small stack of forms, then gave a quick nod before stepping away. Tarquin closed the door gently and walked the clipboard over to the facilitator's desk. Amethyst leaned in beside him, her expression focused but calm. She studied the clipboard, then glanced up at the audience, left, right, counting silently with her eyes. Tarquin traced his finger down the list, then lifted his head and pointed discreetly into the crowd, counting each participant without making a sound. Amethyst mouthed numbers as she made eye contact with every person in the room. The two of them exchanged a quiet, thoughtful conversation. Dr. Blake stepped over, looking down at the clipboard. His eyes moved across the list, then across the room, checking each participant. The three facilitators spoke softly among themselves. Amethyst moved with quiet purpose toward Earl and Peggy. She lowered her voice so only they could hear. She asked, "Rôvi is on our list to be here today. Do you know where she is?" Earl and Peggy exchanged a look. Peggy answered, "No, I know she doesn't drive. She probably took a taxi." Earl added, "I'm going to go get her. She might not have been able to get a cab or an Uber." Amethyst raised a gentle hand. "Wait, does she have a cell phone?" Peggy nodded. "Yes." Amethyst continued, "Let me call her." Peggy agreed and gave Amethyst the number. Amethyst returned to the facilitator's desk, shared the update with Tarquin and Blake, then stepped aside to make the call. She held the phone to her ear, listening intently. No one could hear what she was saying, but her posture softened, her shoulders relaxed, her expression eased, and a small, relieved smile appeared. Earl leaned forward, unable to hide his protective instinct. He asked quietly, "Is she okay? Is she coming?" Amethyst nodded and gave him a thumbs up. Then she walked over to Earl and Peggy. She explained, "The Uber couldn't find her address at first, but she's on the way now." Earl exhaled. "Good." Peggy added, "If I had known she was coming, we would have given her a ride." Earl nodded. "We're going to have to check in with her. I don't want her relying on taxis." Peggy smiled softly. "You know how independent she is." Earl replied, "Yes, I know." By the time their conversation ended, the clipboard had made its way around the entire classroom. Every participant now held the sign-in sheet, the personal health form. Dr. Blake stepped forward again, his voice steady and warm. He continued, "Everyone, thank you for your patience. We're going to pass around the sign-in sheet. Please sign your name and keep the personal health form with you. Don't turn it in yet, we'll collect those at the end of the session." He handed the first person near the door the clipboard and a form. He added, "Just pass the clipboard along the row, and hold onto your form until I come around later." The room settled again. Amethyst returned to her seat near the facilitator's desk, calm and composed. Tarquin resumed his place beside her. Dr. Cross waited respectfully, allowing the room to reset before continuing his neurological segment. The class was ready to move forward.
Dr. Blake stepped forward again, giving the room a moment to absorb Dr. Hale's deep dive into the olfactory receptors. He rested one hand lightly on the podium, his voice steady and warm. He continued, "We've talked about airflow. We've talked about the receptors inside the nose. Now we're going to move into the next part of the system, the brain." A quiet shift moved through the room. People straightened, sensing the importance of what was coming. Blake went on, "Smell is not just a nose function. It is a neurological function. And when the brain is involved, we need someone who understands the pathways, the injuries, and the conditions that affect how smell signals are processed." He turned toward the front row. He continued, "Our next specialist is a neurologist. He studies the brain, the olfactory bulb, the nerves that carry smell information, and the conditions that can interrupt or distort those signals. If you've ever lost your sense of smell after a head injury, a concussion, a neurological illness, or a sudden trauma, he is the expert who can explain why." Zach lifted his head slightly, listening with new attention. Blake added, "He works with patients who experience sudden smell loss after accidents, those who have partial smell return, those who smell things that aren't there, and those whose smell signals never reach the brain at all." He offered a respectful nod toward the specialist. He concluded, "Please welcome Dr. Adrian Cross." Dr. Cross stood, tall, composed, with the quiet confidence of someone who has spent years studying the most complex organ in the human body. He stepped to the podium, adjusting his glasses with a calm, deliberate motion. He began, "Good morning. My name is Dr. Adrian Cross, and I'm a neurologist. My focus is the brain, specifically, how the brain receives, interprets, and sometimes loses smell information." The screens behind him shifted to a clean diagram of the olfactory bulb and neural pathways. He continued, "I want to talk to you about what happens when the smell signal reaches the brain, and what happens when it doesn't." The room fell into a deep, attentive silence. Dr. Cross waited until the room settled again, then placed both hands lightly on the podium. His voice was calm, steady, and deeply knowledgeable, the tone of someone who has spent years studying the most complex organ in the human body. He continued, Now that we've talked about airflow and the receptors inside the nose, I want to take you deeper, into the brain itself. Because smell is not just a nose function. It is a neurological function. The screens behind him shifted to a clean diagram of the olfactory bulb and the pathways leading into the brain. He explained, when a smell molecule reaches a receptor, that receptor sends an electrical signal to the olfactory bulb. The olfactory bulb is the first processing center for smell. Think of it as the sorting room. It organizes the information and sends it to different parts of the brain. He pointed to the limbic system on the diagram. He continued, one of the first places that smell information goes is the limbic system, the part of the brain responsible for emotion and memory. This is why certain smells can trigger strong feelings or vivid memories. The connection is direct. A few participants nodded, recognizing the truth of that. He went on, from there, the signal travels to the cortex, the part of the brain that identifies what the smell actually is. This is where you recognize something as coffee, smoke, perfume, or fresh bread. He paused, letting the room absorb the flow of information. He added, now, here's where things get complicated. If the olfactory bulb is damaged, underdeveloped, or missing, the signal never gets processed. And if the pathways between the bulb and the brain are disrupted, the signal may be distorted, delayed, or lost entirely. The diagram shifted to show examples of neurological disruptions. He continued, there are several neurological causes of smell loss. One is head injury. Even a mild concussion can stretch or tear the tiny nerves that carry smell information from the nose to the brain. A few people shifted in their seats, thinking back to old injuries. He explained, another cause is viral illness. Some viruses can damage the olfactory neurons or the olfactory bulb itself. In some cases, the neurons regenerate. In others, the damage is long-lasting. He clicked to the next slide, a simple illustration of the olfactory bulb shrinking. He continued, we also see smell loss in certain neurological conditions. For example, some degenerative diseases can affect the olfactory bulb early on. In other cases, the pathways that interpret smell become less responsive. He let the room breathe for a moment. He added, and then there are people who were born with differences in the olfactory system. Some individuals have an underdeveloped olfactory bulb. Some have no olfactory bulb at all. Some have receptors that never formed correctly. These are congenital conditions, present from birth. A quiet wave of recognition moved through the room. He continued, for those of you who have struggled with smell your entire lives, this may be the explanation. It is not neglect. It is not carelessness. It is not something you should have known. It is a neurological difference. He stepped away from the podium slightly, his voice warm and steady. He added, and here is something important. Neurological smell loss is invisible. You cannot see it on someone's face. You cannot guess it by looking at them. And because it is invisible, many of you have been judged unfairly. Peggy's expression softened. Earl's jaw tightened protectively. He continued, but the truth is simple. If the signal never reaches the brain, you cannot smell, no matter how hard you try. He let that settle, giving the room space to breathe. He concluded, understanding the neurological side of smell helps us understand why some of you experience partial smell, distorted smell, or no smell at all. It also helps us understand why smell can change suddenly after an injury or illness. And most importantly, it helps us remove the shame that many of you have carried for years. The room was silent, not tense, but deeply engaged. Dr. Cross stepped back, giving a small, respectful nod to Dr. Blake. The neurological segment was complete.
Dr. Cross stepped back from the podium, giving a small, respectful nod. The room was quiet in that thoughtful way that happens when people are absorbing something important. Dr. Blake moved forward again, his presence steady and reassuring. He rested one hand lightly on the podium, giving the participants a moment to breathe before guiding them into the next part of the seminar. He continued, "Thank you, Dr. Cross. That was an essential look at how the brain processes, and sometimes fails to process, smell signals. Now we're going to shift to a part of the body that many people don't realize is connected to smell at all." A few participants leaned forward, curious. He went on, "The endocrine system, your hormones, plays a major role in how your senses function. Hormones influence inflammation, nerve sensitivity, tissue health, and even how the olfactory receptors regenerate. And for some of you, especially those with lifelong differences in growth, development, or metabolism, the endocrine system may be part of the story." He turned toward the front row, offering a warm, respectful nod. He continued, "Our next specialist is an endocrinologist. She studies hormones, metabolism, and the conditions that affect growth, development, and sensory function. She works with patients who have congenital differences, hormonal imbalances, thyroid disorders, and conditions that influence how the body maintains and repairs the olfactory system." Heather and Isabella exchanged a quiet glance, sensing this segment might speak directly to their experiences. Blake added, "She is here to help us understand how hormones can influence smell, and why some of you may have experienced changes in smell during puberty, pregnancy, illness, or major life transitions." He stepped aside slightly. He concluded, "Please welcome Dr. Liana Mercer." Dr. Mercer stood with a calm, confident grace. She adjusted her blazer, stepped toward the podium, and offered the room a warm, steady smile, the kind that immediately put people at ease. She began, "Good morning, everyone. My name is Dr. Liana Mercer, and I'm an endocrinologist. My work focuses on hormones, the chemical messengers that influence nearly every system in the body, including the senses." The screens behind her shifted to a clean diagram of the endocrine system. She continued, "I want to talk to you about how hormones affect smell, why some of you may have experienced changes at specific points in your life, and how endocrine conditions can influence the olfactory system in ways most people never learn about." The room leaned in, ready for the next layer of understanding. Dr. Mercer had just begun her endocrine segment when a soft shadow moved across the small glass window in the classroom door. A security guard's head appeared, peeking in with that familiar, routine seriousness. Tarquin noticed first. Blake and Amethyst noticed a second later. None of them reacted with alarm, they were used to the security rounds in this building. The guard lingered longer than usual, scanning the room as if looking for someone specific. Rocky barely glanced up. As a man on parole, he was accustomed to these checks. He simply kept listening. But Earl felt something tighten in his chest. A thought flashed through his mind, Rich. And karma. He leaned slightly toward Peggy and murmured, "I hope this ain't about Rich, or karma hitting her head the other day." Peggy's eyes softened with the same concern. "I was thinking the same thing." The guard held his position for another moment, then stepped away from the window and continued down the hall. Earl exhaled, relieved but not fully settled. That paternal instinct, the one that made him protective of everyone he loved, stayed awake in the back of his mind. Before he could dwell on it, the classroom door opened quietly. And Rôvi stepped in. She moved with that same serene, otherworldly grace she always carried, her long black cloak flowing behind her like something out of a Renaissance painting. The fabric shimmered subtly as she walked, catching the light in a way that made the entire room pause. Every head turned, not out of judgment, but out of awe. Blake, Tarquin, and Amethyst recognized her immediately. Their faces lit up with genuine warmth. Amethyst couldn't hide her smile, it bloomed instantly, soft and bright. The room was large, and Rôvi didn't see Peggy and Earl at first. She simply chose the nearest desk by the door, a quiet, unobtrusive choice that fit her perfectly. She set her lunchbox gently on the table. There was already a folder waiting for her, so she opened it, took out the pen and pad inside, and settled in with calm dignity. She lifted her eyes toward the facilitators. Amethyst smiled at her. Rôvi returned the smile, small, warm, and full of quiet knowing. Around the room, people watched her with curiosity, not cruelty. Her presence was enchanting, like a character who had stepped out of a storybook and into a seminar. Olga leaned toward LT and whispered, "Oh wow, I love the way she's dressed." LT glanced over at Rôvi, then back at Olga with a grin. "Yeah, that's Rôvi. She's nice." The room eased back into focus. Dr. Mercer waited respectfully until the moment settled, then prepared to continue her endocrine segment. The class was ready to move forward.
Dr. Mercer stepped back from the podium, offering the room a warm, reassuring smile. Her segment had landed deeply. Several participants were still processing the new understanding she'd given them. Dr. Blake moved forward again, giving her a grateful nod before turning his attention to the room. His presence grounded the space instantly. He continued, "Thank you, Dr. Mercer. That was an essential look at how hormones influence the senses, and I know many of you heard something today that finally made your own experiences make sense." A quiet ripple of agreement moved through the room. He went on, "We've talked about airflow. We've talked about receptors. We've talked about the brain. And now we've explored the endocrine system. Each of these pieces helps us understand the full picture of how smell works, and why it sometimes doesn't." He paused, letting the room breathe. Then he continued, "Our next specialist focuses on something equally important: the genetic foundations that shape how the olfactory system develops. Some of you were born with differences in smell. Some of you have family members with similar patterns. Some of you have always wondered whether your experience is hereditary." A few participants straightened, sensing this segment might speak directly to them. Blake added, "To help us understand the genetic side of smell, including congenital anosmia, inherited differences, and developmental variations, we've invited a specialist who works with families, children, and adults to map out the biological patterns behind sensory differences." He turned toward the front row with a warm, respectful nod. He concluded, "Please welcome our genetic counselor." The room shifted with anticipation as the next specialist prepared to step forward.
Dr. Blake stepped forward again, giving the room a moment to settle after Dr. Mercer's endocrine segment. The participants were still absorbing the new understanding they'd gained, some nodding quietly, others deep in thought. He rested one hand on the podium, his presence steady and grounding. He continued, "Thank you, Dr. Mercer. That was an essential look at how hormones influence the senses. Now we're going to explore another piece of the puzzle, one that many of you have wondered about for years." A few participants straightened, sensing the shift. He went on, "Some of you were born with differences in smell. Some of you have family members with similar experiences. Some of you have always suspected that your sense of smell, or lack of it, might be hereditary." He glanced toward the front row with a warm, respectful nod. He continued, "Our next specialist is a genetic counselor. She works with families, children, and adults to understand the genetic patterns behind sensory differences. She helps people identify whether their experiences are inherited, congenital, or part of a larger developmental picture." Olga leaned forward slightly. LT listened with quiet interest. Rôvi lifted her eyes from her folder, attentive. Blake added, "She is here to help us understand the genetic foundations of smell, including congenital anosmia, inherited variations, and developmental differences that shape how the olfactory system forms." He stepped aside with a welcoming gesture. He concluded, "Please join me in welcoming Dr. Mara Ellington." Dr. Ellington rose from her seat with a calm, composed grace. She carried herself with the quiet confidence of someone who has spent years guiding families through complex biological questions. As she approached the podium, she offered the room a warm, reassuring smile. She began, "Good morning, everyone. My name is Dr. Mara Ellington, and I'm a genetic counselor. My work focuses on understanding how traits, differences, and conditions are passed through families, including differences in smell." The screens behind her shifted to a clean, simple diagram of chromosomes and inherited traits. She continued, "I want to talk to you about the genetic side of smell, how the olfactory system develops, why some people are born with differences, and how these patterns can run in families." The room leaned in, ready for the next layer of understanding. Dr. Ellington rested her hands lightly on the podium, her posture calm and centered. When she spoke, her voice carried the gentle authority of someone who has guided many families through complex biological questions. She continued, "When we talk about smell, we often focus on the nose, the brain, our hormones. But for many of you, the story begins even earlier, before birth, in your DNA." The screens behind her shifted to a simple diagram of chromosomes. She explained, "Your sense of smell is shaped by hundreds of genes. These genes determine how the olfactory system forms, how receptors develop, and how the pathways connect to the brain. When even one of these genes is different, the olfactory system can develop differently as well." A few participants leaned forward, sensing this might explain lifelong experiences. She went on, "Some people are born with congenital anosmia, meaning they have never been able to smell. Others are born with congenital hyposmia, a reduced sense of smell from birth. These conditions are often genetic, even if no one in the family realized it." She clicked to the next slide, a diagram of the olfactory bulb during fetal development. She continued, "During early development, the olfactory bulb forms first. If the genes responsible for its growth are altered, the bulb may be smaller, underdeveloped, or absent. This is not something a parent causes. It is not something a child should have known. It is simply how the body formed." Rôvi listened with quiet intensity. Peggy's expression softened with understanding. Dr. Ellington added, "Some genetic differences affect the receptors themselves. You have hundreds of types of olfactory receptors, each designed to detect different kinds of smells. If certain receptor genes are missing or altered, those smells will never register, no matter how strong they are." She paused, letting the room absorb the information. She continued, "There are also genetic conditions that influence facial structure, growth, or hormone levels. These conditions can indirectly affect the olfactory system. For example, some craniofacial differences can change the shape of the nasal passages. Some growth-related conditions influence how the olfactory cleft forms. Some endocrine-related genetic conditions affect how receptors regenerate." Heather and Isabella exchanged a quiet, knowing glance. Dr. Ellington went on, "And here is something many people never learn. Smell differences can run in families without anyone realizing it. If a parent has reduced smell, they may assume it is normal. If a grandparent had it, no one may have talked about it. These patterns can pass quietly through generations." She stepped slightly away from the podium, her voice warm and steady. She added, "For those of you who have always felt different, who grew up being told you were careless, or inattentive, or should have smelled that, I want you to hear this clearly: many of you were born with a sensory difference. It is not a flaw. It is not a failure. It is a genetic variation." A soft wave of emotion moved through the room. She continued, "Genetic differences do not make you less capable. They do not make you less aware. They simply mean your sensory system developed along a different path, one that deserves understanding, not judgment. She let the room breathe. Then she concluded, "My goal today is not to diagnose anyone. It is to help you understand that your experiences have biological roots. And for many of you, those roots began long before you were born." She offered the room a gentle, reassuring smile. Her segment was complete.
Dr. Ellington stepped back from the podium, her expression warm and steady. The room was quiet in that thoughtful way that happens when people finally understand something they've carried their whole lives. Dr. Blake moved forward again, giving her a grateful nod before turning to the participants. His presence grounded the room instantly. He continued, "Thank you, Dr. Ellington. That was an essential look at the genetic foundations of smell. For many of you, this may be the first time you've heard a scientific explanation that matches your lived experience." A soft wave of agreement moved through the room. He went on, "We've explored airflow, receptors, the brain, hormones, and genetics. Each specialist has given us a different piece of the puzzle. Now we're going to close this section with a perspective that brings all of these pieces together: the psychological and social impact." A few participants shifted, sensing the importance of what was coming. He continued, "For many of you, the hardest part of living with smell differences has not been the biology. It has been the misunderstanding, the judgment, the assumptions, the social pressure, the emotional weight of being told you should have smelled that, when your body simply could not." Blake added, "Our final specialist works with individuals and families who have lived with sensory differences, stigma, and misunderstanding. He helps people navigate the emotional landscape that comes with anosmia, hyposmia, and congenital smell differences." He turned toward the front row with a warm, respectful nod. He concluded, "Please welcome our psychologist and social behavior specialist, Dr. Elias Hart." Dr. Hart rose from his seat with a calm, grounded presence. He carried himself with the quiet confidence of someone who has spent years helping people feel seen, understood, and emotionally safe. As he approached the podium, he offered the room a gentle, reassuring smile, the kind that immediately softened the air. He began, "Good morning, everyone. My name is Dr. Elias Hart, and I specialize in the emotional and social impact of sensory differences. Today, I want to talk to you about the human side of smell, the part that lives in your relationships, your memories, your identity, and your sense of belonging." The room leaned in, ready for the final layer of understanding.
Amethyst stepped forward with her usual calm, grounding presence. She lifted her arms gently, using her hands to guide everyone's attention toward the hallway. She continued, "Everyone, we're going to take a 30-minute break. The cafeteria is down the hall to your right." She gestured clearly so no one would feel lost. She added, "For those of you who are on parole, you may need to wait for an escort before heading to the cafeteria. Please don't take offense. It's simply procedure." Rocky gave a small, understanding nod. His wife squeezed his arm. Amethyst went on, "Feel free to bring your food back into the classroom if that makes you more comfortable. You can also eat in the cafeteria, outside, or in your vehicle, whatever helps you feel grounded." She offered a warm smile. She concluded, "We'll always have facilitators in the room during breaks if anyone needs support or wants a private chat." She returned to the facilitator's desk. Blake stepped out for a short break. Tarquin remained in the room, typing quietly. Amethyst stayed as well, her presence steady and available. People began to rise, stretch, and drift toward the hallway. LT headed out. Olga followed him, chatting lightly. Rocky stood with his wife near the door, waiting patiently. Earl noticed immediately that protective instinct kicking in. A security guard appeared in the hallway. Rocky stepped out with his wife, calm and accustomed to the routine. Earl exhaled softly, relieved everything was smooth. Peggy turned to Earl. "You want to go get something to eat? Or stay here?" Earl shook his head. "I'm not really hungry." Breakfast was pretty heavy. Peggy opened her little picnic-style lunch basket. She pulled out a fruit cup and a bottle of water. Earl took her fork and stole a couple of bites. And they talked quietly, comfortable in their rhythm. Rôvi remained at her desk. She pulled out her sanitation wipes, cleaned her hands with her usual grace, then opened her fruit container. Peggy stood and walked over. Rôvi looked up, surprised. She hadn't seen Peggy and Earl earlier. Peggy sat in the chair beside her. "I am so happy you were able to come listen. If you ever need a ride, please let Earl and me know. We'll be glad to come get you. You don't live far from us." Rôvi smiled softly. "I may have to take you up on that, thank you." Peggy asked, "Did the driver not know where you were?" Rôvi nodded gently. "I saw a car that looked like an Uber. It slowed down, then left according to my GPS. I think that was the driver. Maybe he wasn't sure if I was the person he was supposed to pick up. Maybe because of the way I'm dressed." She chuckled lightly. Peggy hesitated, then asked, "Is it the way you're dressed? Did he think maybe?" Rôvi finished the thought with grace. "Yes, I get that all the time. Sometimes drivers pull up, look at me and leave. But that's okay. I've learned to adapt." Peggy's maternal instinct kicked in. "Anytime we have a seminar from this point on, Earl and I are coming to pick you up. You got that, young lady?" Rôvi took a bite of her carrot, smiling, "Yes, ma'am." Peggy returned to Earl and filled him in. People began filtering back into the classroom. LT returned with his apple and water. Olga sat beside him, opening her own snack. They slipped into easy conversation. Olga asked, "So, TRO, what you been up to? You and Janet still together?" LT shook his head. "No, we split up a while ago. I'm single now." Olga laughed. "You? Single? First time I've ever heard that." LT chuckled, then used the moment to gently correct her. "Hey, Olga, I don't go by TRO anymore. I'm a changed man. I go by LT now." Olga's face lit up. "Oh, I like that much better than TRO. Okay, LT. That's what I'll call you." He gave her a small, grateful smile. Earl and Peggy exchanged a satisfied look. The boy was trying. One by one, the facilitators returned. Blake came back refreshed. Tarkring was already in place. Amethyst remained steady and present. They had rotated their breaks so someone was always in the room. The participants settled back into their seats. The energy shifted. Calm, grounded, ready. The seminar could continue.
The last conversations faded as people returned to their seats. LT finished the last bite of his apple. Olga tucked her water bottle away. Earl and Peggy sat close, still warmed by their talk with Rôvi. Tarquin checked the time at the facilitator's desk. Amethyst gave a small nod. Blake stepped forward with a refreshed, steady presence. He continued, "Before we move into our next activity, I want to bring everything we've learned into one clear picture. You've heard from specialists in airflow, receptors, neurology, endocrinology, and genetics. Each of them gave you a piece of the puzzle. Now I want to show you how those pieces fit together." The screens behind him shifted to a simple diagram titled "The 5 Pillars of Smell Function." He explained, "Every sense in the body depends on multiple systems working together. Smell is no different. For smell to function normally, 5 things must be in place." He raised one finger. He continued, "First, airflow. You need clear pathways for odor molecules to reach the receptors. A second finger. Second, receptors. You need functioning olfactory receptors inside the nose. A third finger. Third, neurology. You need intact pathways from the receptors to the brain. A fourth finger. Fourth, hormones. You need a hormonal environment that supports tissue health and nerve regeneration. A fifth finger. And fifth, genetics. You need the developmental blueprint that forms the olfactory system in the first place." He lowered his hand, letting the room absorb the simplicity of the structure. He added, "If even one of these pillars is different, smell will be different. And that difference is not a failure. It is biology." Blake continued, "Some of you have differences in airflow. Some of you have differences in receptors. Some of you have neurological differences. Some of you have hormonal differences. Some of you have genetic differences. And some of you have a combination." He paused, letting the truth settle. He went on, "This is why no 2 people in this room have the exact same experience. And this is why comparing yourself to others has never worked. You were never meant to match someone else's sensory profile." A soft wave of recognition moved through the room. He added, "Understanding these pillars helps us move away from blame, shame, and confusion, and toward clarity, compassion, and confidence." He stepped back slightly, his voice warm and steady. He concluded, "Now that you understand the foundations, we're going to move into an activity that helps you identify your own sensory profile. Not as a diagnosis, but as a way to understand your body with accuracy and dignity." He offered the room a grounding smile. The teaching segment was complete.
Tarquin walked to the front of the classroom with a calm, steady presence. He placed one hand lightly on the podium and looked around the room with warmth. He continued, "All right, everyone. We're now opening the floor for questions and personal experiences. You can share as much as you want or as little as you want. This is your space. This is your time." He paused, letting the room breathe. He added, "There is no judgment here. Speak in your own words. Speak from your own life. Whatever you choose to share will help someone else in this room." He gave a small nod. Then he stepped back toward the facilitator's table and took his place beside Amethyst and Dr. Blake. The classroom grew quiet. People glanced at one another, unsure who would go first. Peggy looked around gently. LT shifted in his seat. Rôvi folded her hands neatly, attentive. Olga glanced toward the front, thoughtful. A few seconds passed. Then, a small hand rose from the front left row. Tarquin saw the raised hand and gave a warm, encouraging nod. Amethyst immediately stepped forward, microphone in hand. Isabella stood up at her desk. She accepted the microphone from Amethyst with a shy but determined smile. She took a breath. She continued, "Hi, my name is Isabella." She held the microphone with both hands, steadying herself. She added, "I have achondroplasia. I've had it since birth. Most people know it as dwarfism. What a lot of people don't know is that it affects more than just height." She took a breath. She continued, "My nasal passages are smaller. I didn't know that growing up. I just knew I couldn't smell things the way other kids could. I didn't know why. I didn't know it was part of my condition." She looked down briefly, then lifted her eyes again. She said, "In school, kids used to tease me. They'd say I was slow, or clueless, or that I didn't pay attention. Sometimes they'd say I smelled weird, or that I didn't know when something stunk. I didn't know how to explain that I just couldn't smell it." She swallowed. She added, "I remember one time in middle school, someone spilled milk in the cafeteria. Everyone was gagging and running away. I didn't smell anything. People said I was gross because I didn't react. I didn't know what to say." She took another breath. She continued, "As I got older, it got more embarrassing. I'd be in situations where people expected me to smell something, perfume, food, smoke, and I just couldn't. I'd pretend sometimes, just to avoid the comments." Her voice softened. She added, "I've had people assume I don't shower. I've had people assume I don't clean my house. I've had people assume I'm dirty. But I shower every day. I clean everything. I just can't smell the way other people can." She looked around the room, vulnerable but steady. She continued, "I came here because I want to understand my body. I want to know why my sense of smell is different. And I want to stop feeling ashamed for something I can't control." She exhaled slowly. She concluded, "I just want to feel normal. Or at least, understood." She sat down quietly. Amethyst stepped forward and gently retrieved the microphone. Dr. Blake stood with a calm, grounding presence. He continued, "Isabella, thank you for your honesty. What you've described is something many people with achondroplasia experience: sensory differences that no one explains, and social reactions that create shame." He stepped slightly closer, his voice warm and steady. He added, "You were judged for something invisible. You were blamed for something you could not control. That creates confusion, embarrassment, and self-doubt. But none of that belongs to you." He paused. He continued, "Your sense of smell is not a reflection of your hygiene, your intelligence, or your character. It is a reflection of your anatomy, and your anatomy is not a flaw." He turned toward the specialists. He concluded, "Now I'm going to turn this over to Dr. Ellington and Dr. Mercer." Dr. Ellington stood with a calm, composed presence. She continued, "Isabella, achondroplasia affects bone growth, including the bones of the face and nasal passages. Many people with achondroplasia have narrower nasal airways. This can reduce airflow and make smell detection more difficult." She added, "This is not something you caused. This is not something you can fix with effort. This is part of your genetic condition." She offered a warm nod. She concluded, "Your experience is medically valid." She sat down. Dr. Mercer stood next. She continued, "Reduced airflow means fewer odor molecules reach the receptors. Even if your receptors work perfectly, they cannot detect what does not reach them." She added, "This is why you may smell some things faintly, some things inconsistently, and some things not at all." She offered a reassuring smile. She concluded, "Your body is not failing you. It is simply built differently." She sat down. Tarquin stepped forward again. He continued, "Isabella, from the community side, I want to say this clearly: people often judge what they do not understand. They attach meaning to reactions, or lack of reactions, without knowing the biology behind them." He added, "You were not treated fairly. You were not treated kindly. And none of that was your fault." He offered her a warm, grounding look. He concluded, your story helps us break the stereotype that people with dwarfism should smell normally. Thank you for sharing it. Tarquin returned to the facilitators' table after responding to Isabella. The room settled again, quiet and thoughtful. People glanced around, waiting for the next person to speak. Then, a hand rose from the second row. Tarquin saw the raised hand and gave a warm, encouraging nod. Amethyst stepped forward immediately, microphone in hand. A young man in his early 20s stood up at his desk. He accepted the microphone from Amethyst with a nervous but determined smile. He took a breath. He continued, "Hi, my name is Paul." He adjusted the microphone slightly. He added, "I was born without a sense of smell. I didn't know the word for it until I was a teenager. I just knew I couldn't smell anything, ever." He looked down for a moment, then lifted his eyes again. He said, "Growing up, I thought everyone was pretending. I thought people were exaggerating when they said something smelled good or bad. I didn't understand what they meant. I didn't have anything to compare it to." He took a breath. He continued, "In elementary school, kids would hold things under my nose, food, markers, gym shoes, and ask me what it smelled like. When I said I didn't know, they'd laugh. They'd say I was lying or trying to get attention." He shook his head slightly. He added, "In middle school, it got worse. People would spray cologne in the locker room and ask if it smelled good. I'd say I couldn't smell it. They'd call me broken nose or robot. I didn't know how to explain it." He swallowed. He continued, "In high school, I started pretending. I'd say things smelled good or bad just to fit in. I didn't want to be the weird kid anymore. But pretending was exhausting." He exhaled slowly. He added, "Now I'm in college, and it's still hard. I can't smell smoke. I can't smell gas leaks. I can't smell if food is spoiled. I rely on my roommates to tell me if something's off. Sometimes they forget. Sometimes they get annoyed." His voice softened. He continued, "I've had people tell me I'm irresponsible because I don't notice things. I've had people say I'm lazy because I burn food. I've had people say I'm clueless because I don't react to smells." He looked around the room, vulnerable but steady. He added, "I've never smelled anything in my life. Not flowers. Not food. Not perfume. Not smoke. Nothing. And sometimes I feel like I'm missing a whole part of being human." He took a breath. He concluded, "I came here because I want to learn how to live with this without feeling ashamed. I want to be independent. I want to stop pretending. And I want people to stop treating me like I'm lying." He sat down quietly. Amethyst stepped forward and gently retrieved the microphone. Dr. Blake stood with a calm, grounding presence. He continued, "Paul, thank you for your honesty. What you've described is the emotional reality of congenital anosmia, not just the sensory difference, but the social and psychological weight that comes with it." He stepped slightly closer, his voice warm and steady. He added, "When you are born without a sense of smell, you grow up in a world that assumes everyone experiences scent. That creates confusion, isolation, and pressure to pretend. Pretending becomes a survival strategy, but it also becomes a burden." He paused. He continued, "You were not irresponsible. You were not clueless. You were navigating a world that was not designed with your sensory profile in mind." He turned toward the specialists. He concluded, "Now I'm going to turn this over to Dr. Ellington and Dr. Hart." Dr. Ellington stood with a composed, clinical warmth. She continued, "Paul, congenital anosmia is a real, documented condition. It occurs when the olfactory system does not develop fully in the womb. This can involve the olfactory bulb, the receptors, or the pathways that connect to the brain." She gestured gently toward the diagram on the screen. She added, "Some individuals are born without an olfactory bulb. Others have one that is underdeveloped. Some have receptor genes that never activate. These differences are genetic, not behavioral. She continued, because you were born this way, your brain never formed smell-based memories. That means you have no internal reference for scent. You cannot miss what you have never experienced, but you can feel the social consequences of not having it. She offered a warm nod. She concluded, your experience is medically valid, and it has a clear biological explanation. She sat down. Dr. Hart stood next. He continued, Paul, congenital anosmia also has neurological implications. When the olfactory pathways do not form, the brain reorganizes itself. It strengthens other senses, sight, hearing, touch, to compensate. He added, this is why many people with congenital anosmia are highly observant. They notice details others miss. They rely on visual cues, routines, and intuition. He continued, your lack of reaction to smells was not rudeness. It was neurological reality. Your brain simply does not receive those signals. He offered a reassuring smile. He concluded, your sensory world is different, not deficient. He sat down. Tarquin stepped forward again. He continued, Paul, from the community side, I want to say this clearly. People often assume smell is universal. They assume everyone can detect danger, food, hygiene, or emotion through scent. When someone can't, they misinterpret it as irresponsibility or attitude. He shook his head gently. He added, you were not treated fairly. You were not treated with understanding. And none of that was your fault. He offered Paul a warm, grounding look. He concluded, your story helps us break the stereotype that people with congenital anosmia are pretending. Thank you for sharing it.
Tarquin returned to the facilitators' table after responding to Paul. The room settled again, quiet and thoughtful. People glanced around, waiting for the next person to speak. Peggy looked around gently. LT shifted in his seat. Rôvi folded her hands neatly. Heather glanced toward the front, thoughtful. Then, a hand rose slowly from the middle row. Tarquin saw the raised hand and gave a warm, encouraging nod. Amethyst stepped forward immediately, microphone in hand. Olga stood up at her desk. She accepted the microphone from Amethyst with a small, appreciative smile. She took a breath. She continued, Hi, my name is Olga. She held the microphone with both hands, grounding herself. She added, I have sensory processing differences. I've had them my whole life. I didn't know what it was called when I was younger. I just knew that certain things felt overwhelming, sounds, textures, smells, even routines. She took a breath. She continued, growing up, hygiene was always hard for me. Not because I didn't want to be clean, but because the sensations were too much. The water felt too cold or too hot. The soap felt slimy. The shampoo burned my scalp. Everything felt like too much. She looked down briefly, then lifted her eyes again. She said, people thought I was being difficult. Teachers thought I was being defiant. My mom tried her best, but even she didn't understand why I struggled so much. I got punished a lot for things I couldn't control. She swallowed. She added, as I got older, I became really self-conscious. I didn't want people to think I smelled bad. I didn't want people to think I didn't take care of myself. So I started wearing perfume. A lot of perfume. She took a breath. She continued, the problem was, I couldn't smell how much I was putting on. I couldn't tell if it was too strong. I couldn't tell if it was too little. So I'd spray more, and more, and more. She shook her head gently. She added, people would tell me my perfume was too strong. Sometimes they'd cough or sneeze when I walked by. Sometimes they'd give me that look. You know, the look that says, oh wow, that's too much. Their faces said everything. She exhaled slowly. She continued, I didn't want to bother anyone. I didn't want to irritate people's noses. I just didn't want to smell bad. So I stopped wearing perfume altogether. But then I worried that I smelled bad again. It was like I couldn't win. Her voice softened. She added, at work, people have made comments. They've said I should know better. They've said I don't take care of myself. They don't know how hard I try. They don't know how overwhelming hygiene routines can be for me. She looked around the room, vulnerable but steady. She concluded, I came here because I want to understand myself better. I want to stop feeling ashamed. And I want people to stop assuming I'm dirty or careless. I'm not. I'm just wired differently. She sat down quietly. Amethyst stepped forward and gently retrieved the microphone. Dr. Blake stood with a calm, grounding presence. He continued, Olga, thank you for your honesty. What you've described as the emotional reality of sensory processing differences, not just the sensory challenges, but the social consequences that come with them. He stepped slightly closer, his voice warm and steady. He added, you were punished for neurological wiring. You were judged for sensory overwhelm. You were blamed for reactions your body could not control. He paused. He continued, your use of perfume was not vanity. It was fear. Fear of judgment. Fear of misunderstanding. Fear of being labeled as unclean. He looked at her with compassion. He concluded, you were trying to protect yourself. And you deserved understanding, not criticism. He turned toward the specialists. He said, now I'm going to turn this over to Dr. Hart and Dr. Mercer. Dr. Hart stood with a calm, clinical warmth. He continued, Olga, sensory processing differences are neurological. Your brain processes sensory input differently, sometimes too intensely, sometimes not intensely enough. He gestured gently toward the diagram. He added, hygiene routines involve multiple sensory channels at once: temperature, texture, pressure, scent. For someone with sensory processing differences, this can feel overwhelming, even painful. He continued, your difficulty with hygiene was not neglect. It was neurological overload. He offered a warm nod. He concluded, your experience is valid, and it has a clear neurological explanation. He sat down. Dr. Mercer stood next. She continued, Olga, the perfume issue you described is extremely common among people who cannot smell or who have inconsistent smell detection. She added, perfume is designed to be detected in layers: top notes, middle notes, base notes. If you cannot smell those layers, you cannot gauge intensity. So you apply more, trying to reach a level you can perceive. She continued, this often results in over-application, not because the person is careless, but because they lack sensory feedback. She gestured gently. She added, people who cannot smell often rely on visual cues, the number of sprays, instead of olfactory cues. But perfume concentration varies. 1 spray of a strong perfume can equal 5 sprays of a lighter one. She offered a reassuring smile. She concluded, your perfume use was not a mistake. It was a sensory limitation. And it is far more common than people realize. She sat down. Tarquin stepped forward again. He continued, Olga, from the community side, I want to say this clearly. People often misinterpret sensory differences as laziness, carelessness, or poor hygiene. They do not understand the invisible work you do every day just to function. He shook his head gently. He added, your perfume story is powerful because it shows how people judge without knowing the reason. They see the result, not the struggle. He offered her a warm, grounding look. He concluded, your story helps us break the stereotype that people who wear too much perfume are doing it on purpose. Thank you for sharing it.
Tarquin returned to the facilitators' table after responding to Olga. The room settled again, quiet and thoughtful. People glanced around, waiting for the next person to speak. Peggy looked around gently. LT shifted in his seat. Rôvi folded her hands neatly. Josh tapped his foot lightly, thinking. Then, a hand rose slowly from the back left row. Tarquin saw the raised hand and gave a warm, encouraging nod. Amethyst stepped forward immediately, microphone in hand. Zach stood up at his desk. He accepted the microphone from Amethyst with a small, appreciative nod. He took a breath. He continued, "Hi, my name is Zach." He held the microphone with both hands, grounding himself. He added, "A few years ago, I had a traumatic brain injury. Before that, I could smell just fine. After the accident, everything changed. I lost my sense of smell completely." He took a breath. He continued, "At first, I didn't even realize it. I thought maybe things just didn't have a strong scent. But then I started noticing that I couldn't smell food cooking. I couldn't smell smoke. I couldn't smell my own deodorant. Nothing." He looked down briefly, then lifted his eyes again. He said, "I didn't know how to handle it. I didn't know what was normal anymore. I didn't know if I smelled bad. I didn't know if my clothes were clean enough. I didn't know if my breath was okay. I felt like I was walking around blind." He swallowed. He added, "I started overbathing. I mean really overbathing. 3, sometimes 4 showers a day. On my lunch break at work, I'd drive home just to shower again. I was terrified someone would think I smelled bad." He shook his head gently. He continued, "But I have a skin condition. My skin is naturally dry and sensitive. All that washing made it worse. I started getting rashes. My skin cracked. It burned. It hurt to move sometimes." He exhaled slowly. He added, "People didn't understand. My girlfriend at the time thought I was being dramatic. She said I was obsessed with hygiene. She didn't understand that I couldn't smell myself. She didn't understand that I was scared of being judged." His voice softened. He continued, "Eventually, she broke up with me. She said she couldn't deal with the constant showering and the skin issues. She said I was making things harder than they needed to be." He looked around the room, vulnerable but steady. He added, "I wasn't trying to be difficult. I was trying to be clean. I was trying to be normal. I was trying to avoid being embarrassed." He took a breath. He concluded, "I came here because I want to understand what happened to me. I want to stop hurting my skin. And I want to stop living in fear of smelling bad when I can't even smell anything at all." He sat down quietly. Amethyst stepped forward and gently retrieved the microphone. Dr. Blake stood with a calm, grounding presence. He continued, "Zach, thank you for your honesty. What you've described is the emotional reality of losing a sense you once had. It is disorienting. It is frightening. And it creates a deep fear of judgment." He stepped slightly closer, his voice warm and steady. He added, "Your overbathing was not obsession. It was anxiety. It was grief. It was an attempt to regain control in a body that suddenly felt unfamiliar." He paused. He continued, "Your skin condition was not a failure. It was a consequence of trying to protect yourself from shame." He looked at Zach with compassion. He concluded, "You deserved understanding, not criticism. And today, you're going to get clarity." He turned toward the specialists. He said, "Now I'm going to turn this over to Dr. Hart and Dr. Mercer." Dr. Hart stood with a calm, clinical warmth. He continued, "Zach, traumatic brain injury can disrupt the olfactory pathways. The nerves that carry smell information to the brain are extremely delicate. Even a mild injury can damage them." He gestured gently toward the diagram. He added, "When those pathways are disrupted, the brain no longer receives smell signals. This is not something you can force back. It is not something you can try harder to fix." He continued, "Losing a sense you once had creates a unique kind of grief. It changes how you navigate the world. It changes how you trust your own body." He offered a warm nod. He concluded, "Your experience is neurologically valid, and it is far more common than people realize." He sat down. Dr. Mercer stood next. She continued, Zach, overbathing is a very common response among people who lose their sense of smell. Without sensory feedback, the brain defaults to fear of odor, fear of judgment, fear of social consequences. She added, but frequent bathing strips the skin of natural oils. For someone with dry or sensitive skin, this can cause cracking, rashes, inflammation, and pain. She gestured gently. She added, your skin was not reacting because you were unclean. It was reacting because it was being overwashed. This is a medical issue, not a hygiene issue. She continued, people often assume that more bathing equals more cleanliness. But for individuals with dry skin conditions, more bathing equals more damage. She offered a reassuring smile. She concluded, your body was not failing you. It was trying to protect itself. She sat down. Tarquin stepped forward again. He continued, Zach, from the community side, I want to say this clearly, people often misinterpret fear as obsession. They misinterpret coping strategies as overreaction. They misinterpret sensory loss as irresponsibility. He shook his head gently. He added, you were not treated fairly. You were not treated kindly. And none of that was your fault. He offered Zach a warm, grounding look. He concluded, your story helps us break the stereotype that people who overbathe are being dramatic. Thank you for sharing it.
Tarquin returned to the facilitators' table after responding to Zach. The room settled again, quiet and thoughtful. People glanced around, waiting for the next person to speak. Then, a hand rose slowly from the middle right row. Tarquin saw the raised hand and gave a warm, encouraging nod. Amethyst stepped forward immediately, microphone in hand. Tabitha stood up at her desk. She accepted the microphone from Amethyst with a small, appreciative smile. She took a breath. She continued, Hi, my name is Tabitha. She held the microphone with both hands, grounding herself. She added, I have chronic sinus disease. I've had it for years. My nose is always blocked. I get infections all the time. Some days I can smell a little. Most days I can't smell anything at all. She took a breath. She continued, when I was younger, it was just annoying. I couldn't smell flowers or food. I couldn't smell perfume. I couldn't smell smoke. But when I became a mother, that's when it really hit me. Her voice softened. She said, when my first baby was born, I couldn't smell when she had a poopy diaper. Other moms would say, oh, you'll know right away. But I didn't. I never did. I had to learn to check her diaper randomly, even if she was smiling and acting normal. She swallowed. She added, as my kids got older, it got harder. I couldn't smell their hygiene. I couldn't tell if they needed a bath. I couldn't tell if their clothes needed washing. I couldn't tell if their breath smelled bad. I had to rely on routines and guesswork. She took a breath. She continued, one day, my son came home from school, and I had no idea he smelled bad. I didn't know his clothes had gotten musty. I didn't know anything was wrong. The next week, a school teacher called CPS. The room grew still. She added, I was shocked. I was embarrassed. I was terrified. I thought I was going to lose my kids. Her voice trembled slightly. She continued, but the CPS worker who came to my house, she was actually kind. She told me she had seen this before. She said sometimes parents with smell issues don't realize when their kids need extra hygiene help. She exhaled slowly. She added, she checked my house. It was spotless. My kids' room was clean. Their sheets were clean. Everything was clean. She told me, I don't think this is neglect. I think you may have a smell issue. She looked around the room, vulnerable but steady. She continued, that was the first time anyone had ever said that to me. I went to the doctor after that. That's when I learned I had chronic sinus disease. That's when I learned my smell loss was real. She took a breath. She concluded, I came here because I want to understand my condition better. I want to stop feeling ashamed. And I want to make sure no other parent goes through what I went through. She sat down quietly. Amethyst stepped forward and gently retrieved the microphone. Dr. Blake stood with a calm, grounding presence. He continued, Tabitha, thank you for your honesty. What you've described is one of the most painful and misunderstood experiences a parent can face, being judged for something you cannot sense. He stepped slightly closer, his voice warm and steady. He added, you were not neglectful. You were not careless. You were navigating motherhood with a sensory limitation that no one explained to you. He paused. He continued, the fear you felt when CPS was called, that fear stays in the body. It creates shame, guilt, and self-doubt. But none of that belongs to you. He looked at her with compassion. He concluded, you did everything right. And today, you're going to get clarity. He turned toward the specialists. He said, now I'm going to turn this over to Dr. Ellington and Dr. Mercer. Dr. Ellington stood with a composed, clinical warmth. She continued, Tabitha, chronic sinus disease often involves structural differences in the nasal passages, swelling, inflammation, blockage, and reduced airflow. When airflow is restricted, odor molecules cannot reach the receptors. She gestured gently toward the diagram. She added, this means your ability to detect smell is inconsistent. Some days you may smell faintly. Other days you may smell nothing at all. This is not something you caused. It is a chronic medical condition. She continued, parents with chronic sinus disease often struggle with smell-based cues, diapers, hygiene, spoiled food, environmental hazards. This is a known pattern in medicine. She offered a warm nod. She concluded, your experience is medically valid, and it is far more common than people realize. She sat down. Dr. Mercer stood next. She continued, Tabitha, chronic sinus disease is often linked to inflammation, hormonal patterns, and immune responses. When the sinuses are inflamed, the receptors cannot function properly. She added, this affects not only your ability to smell your own body, but also your children's hygiene, environmental cues, and household odors. She continued, many parents with smell loss rely on routines, visual cues, and scheduled checks, exactly what you did. This is not neglect. This is adaptation. She offered a reassuring smile. She concluded, your parenting was never the problem. Your condition was simply misunderstood. She sat down. Tarquin stepped forward again. He continued, Tabitha, from the community side, I want to say this clearly, people often assume smell is a universal parenting skill. They assume every parent can detect odors instantly. When someone can't, they misinterpret it as neglect. He shook his head gently. He added, you were not treated fairly. You were not given the benefit of the doubt. And none of that was your fault. He offered Tabitha a warm, grounding look. He concluded, your story helps us break the stereotype that parents who miss smell cues are irresponsible. Thank you for sharing it.
Tarquin returned to the facilitator's table after responding to Tabitha. The room settled again, quiet and thoughtful. People glanced around, waiting for the next person to speak. Then, a hand rose slowly from the back row. Tarquin saw the raised hand and gave a warm, encouraging nod. Amethyst stepped forward immediately, microphone in hand. Josh stood up at his desk. He accepted the microphone from Amethyst with a small, appreciative nod. He took a breath. He continued, Hi, my name is Josh. He held the microphone with both hands, grounding himself. He added, I have a metabolic condition. I didn't know that growing up. I just knew people said I smelled bad. I didn't know why. I couldn't smell it myself. He took a breath. He continued, when I was a little boy, kids used to say I smelled like fish. Or like cabbage. Or like something rotten. Kids are kids. They joke, they tease. So at first I didn't think much of it. I thought maybe they were just being silly. He looked down briefly, then lifted his eyes again. He said, but when I got older, it didn't stop. In middle school, people said I smelled like ammonia, like strong urine, like something sour. I didn't know what they were talking about. I showered every day. I used deodorant. I washed my clothes. I did everything I was supposed to do. He swallowed. He added, when I became a teenager and started dating, it got worse. Girls would say things like, did you take a bath? Or, maybe you should try a different deodorant. Some would just stop talking to me altogether. No explanation, no closure. He took a breath. He continued, I started using the strongest deodorants I could find. The sports kind, the clinical strength kind. I thought maybe the problem was my armpits. I didn't know the smell was coming from my whole body, from my pores. He shook his head gently. He added, when I became a man and started working, it followed me there too. I worked in factories, warehouses, outdoor jobs. Guys would joke. You know how guys are, but sometimes the jokes were honest. They'd say, man, you stink, or, did you sleep in a fish market? Or, bro, what is that smell? He exhaled slowly. He continued, I tried everything. I changed my diet. I changed my soap. I changed my laundry detergent. Nothing worked. I didn't know why. He added, I got into a relationship. We had a little boy. I thought everything was fine. Then one day, my fiancée took our son and left. She wouldn't talk to me. She wouldn't explain. She filed for full custody. In the paperwork, she wrote that I had poor hygiene. He swallowed hard. He continued, that broke me. I didn't understand why everyone kept leaving me. Why every relationship ended the same way. Why every job felt temporary. Why people avoided me. He took a breath. He said, when I finally went to the doctor, he told me I had a metabolic condition that causes chronic odor. He said it was chronic. He said it was 24/7. He said it wasn't my fault. He paused, steadying himself. He continued, hearing that, it crushed me. I felt hopeless. I felt like my life was over. I felt like I would never be accepted. I struggled emotionally. I reached a point where I didn't want to keep going. He took another breath, steady and grounded. He added, I'm grateful I survived that time. My sister found me, got me help, and I spent time in a hospital where I got counseling. I'm stable now. I'm safe. I'm supported. He looked around the room, vulnerable but steady. He concluded, I came here because this condition affects everything. My jobs, my relationships, my confidence. The only work I can keep is outdoor work, because people assume the smell is just sweat. But I've been fired before. I've been judged my whole life. I want to understand my condition. I want to stop blaming myself. And I want people to stop assuming I'm dirty. He sat down quietly. Amethyst stepped forward and gently retrieved the microphone. Dr. Blake stood with a calm, grounding presence. He continued, Josh, thank you for your honesty. What you've described is one of the most painful and misunderstood experiences a person can face. Being judged for something you cannot sense, cannot control, and did not cause. He stepped slightly closer, his voice warm and steady. He added, you were blamed for a medical condition. You were shamed for biology. You were abandoned for something that had nothing to do with your character. He paused. He continued, the emotional weight you carried, the confusion, the isolation, the fear, is real. And the pain you described is something no one should ever face alone. He looked at Josh with compassion. He concluded, you deserved understanding. You deserved support. And you deserved the truth much earlier in your life. He turned toward the specialists. He said, now I'm going to turn this over to Dr. Mercer and Dr. Ellington. Dr. Mercer stood with a composed, clinical warmth. She continued, Josh, metabolic conditions that cause chronic odor are real. They are rare, but they are medically documented. These conditions affect how the body breaks down certain compounds, especially those containing sulfur, nitrogen, or choline. She gestured gently toward the diagram. She added, when the body cannot break these compounds down properly, they build up. They are released through sweat, breath, and urine. This can create odors that resemble fish, ammonia, cabbage, or sulfur. She continued, this is not hygiene. This is chemistry. This is metabolism. This is biology. She paused, letting the room absorb the truth. She added, people with these conditions often shower excessively, change deodorants repeatedly, or alter their diets drastically, none of which fully resolve the odor. This leads to shame, isolation, and misunderstanding. She offered a warm, steady look. She concluded, your condition is not your fault, and it does not define your worth. She sat down. Dr. Ellington stood next. She continued, Josh, many metabolic odor conditions have a genetic component. This means the enzymes responsible for breaking down certain compounds are either missing or functioning differently. She added, this is not something you caused. This is not something you could have prevented. This is something you were born with. She continued, the odor you described is not a reflection of cleanliness. It is a reflection of how your body processes, or cannot process, specific molecules. She offered a reassuring nod. She concluded, your experience is medically valid, and it deserves compassion, not judgment. She sat down. Tarquin stepped forward again. He continued, Josh, from the community side, I want to say this clearly. People often weaponize smell. They use it to shame, to exclude, to judge. They assume odor equals neglect. They assume odor equals poor hygiene. They assume odor equals character. He shook his head gently. He added, your story shows how wrong those assumptions are. You were not treated fairly. You were not treated kindly. And none of that was your fault. He offered Josh a warm, grounding look. He concluded, your story helps us break one of the most painful stigmas of all. The belief that chronic odor is a choice. Thank you for sharing it.
Tarquin returned to the facilitators' table after responding to Josh. The room settled again, quiet and thoughtful. People glanced around, waiting for the next person to speak. Then, a hand rose slowly from the front right row. Esther Sue stood up at her desk. She accepted the microphone from Amethyst with a small, careful smile. She took a breath. She continued, Hi, my name is Esther Sue. She held the microphone with both hands, grounding herself. She added, I'm autistic. I didn't get diagnosed until I was an adult, but I've always known I was different. I process things differently. I feel things differently. And that includes hygiene. She took a breath. She continued, growing up, I didn't always know when I needed a shower. I couldn't always tell if my clothes were dirty. I couldn't always tell if my breath smelled bad. I didn't have those internal cues that other people talk about. She looked down briefly, then lifted her eyes again. She said, I wasn't trying to be dirty. I wasn't trying to be careless. I just didn't know. My body didn't tell me the way other people's bodies tell them. She swallowed. She added, on top of that, I have sensory issues. Some soaps burn my skin. Some shampoos feel like needles. Some deodorants make my skin itch. Some lotions feel slimy. Some smells are too strong. Some textures make me want to cry. She took a breath. She continued, people didn't understand. Teachers said I was being difficult. Kids said I was gross. My parents tried their best, but they didn't know why I struggled. They thought I was being stubborn. She added, as I got older, the comments got harsher. People said I smelled bad. People said I didn't take care of myself. People said I was lazy. People said I didn't care about hygiene. She shook her head gently. She continued, but I did care. I cared a lot. I cared so much that I would cry in the bathroom because I didn't know what I was doing wrong. She exhaled slowly. She added, in relationships, it was hard too. Partners would say things like, "You should know when you need a shower," or, "Why didn't you notice that?" But I didn't notice. I couldn't notice. My brain doesn't give me those signals. She looked around the room, vulnerable but steady. She concluded, "I came here because I want people to understand that autistic people aren't dirty. We aren't careless. We aren't lazy. We just experience the world differently. And I want to stop feeling ashamed for something that's part of how my brain works." She sat down quietly. Amethyst stepped forward and gently retrieved the microphone. Dr. Blake stood with a calm, grounding presence. He continued, "Esther Sue, thank you for your honesty. What you've described as one of the most misunderstood realities for autistic individuals, the difference between intention and sensory processing." He stepped slightly closer, his voice warm and steady. He added, "You were judged for something invisible. You were blamed for something neurological. You were shamed for something you could not feel." He paused. He continued, "Your hygiene challenges were not a reflection of your character. They were a reflection of your sensory wiring. And the shame you carried was never yours to carry." He turned toward the specialists. He said, "Now I'm going to turn this over to Dr. Hart and Dr. Mercer." Dr. Hart stood with a composed, clinical warmth. He continued, "Esther Sue, autism affects interoception, the ability to sense internal cues. This includes hunger, thirst, temperature, and yes, hygiene cues." He gestured gently toward the diagram. He added, "If your brain does not register these cues, you will not know when you need a shower, when your clothes need washing, or when your body needs attention. This is neurological, not behavioral." He continued, "Sensory aversions also play a major role. If hygiene products cause discomfort or pain, the brain learns to avoid them. This is a protective response, not neglect." He offered a warm nod. He concluded, "Your experience is valid, and it is rooted in neurology, not choice." He sat down. Dr. Mercer stood next. She continued, "Esther Sue, sensory processing differences can also affect how the body interprets temperature, texture, and scent. This makes hygiene routines physically overwhelming." She added, "Many autistic individuals experience heightened sensitivity to soaps, shampoos, deodorants, and lotions. These reactions are real. They are physiological." She continued, "Your struggle was not a lack of effort. It was a mismatch between your sensory system and the products available to you." She offered a reassuring smile. She concluded, "Your body was not failing you. It was protecting you." She sat down. Tarquin stepped forward again. He continued, "Esther Sue, from the community side, I want to say this clearly. Society often stereotypes autistic individuals as unhygienic. This stereotype is harmful, inaccurate, and rooted in ignorance." He shook his head gently. He added, "People judge what they do not understand. They see the result, not the sensory struggle behind it." He offered her a warm, grounding look. He concluded, "Your story helps us break the stereotype that autistic individuals don't care. Thank you for sharing it."
Tarquin returned to the facilitators' table after responding to Esther Sue. The room settled again, quiet and thoughtful. People glanced around, waiting for the next person to speak. Then, a hand rose from the second row, slow but steady. Tarquin saw the raised hand and gave a warm, encouraging nod. Amethyst stepped forward immediately, microphone in hand. Bartholomew stood up at his desk. He accepted the microphone from Amethyst with a small, appreciative smile. He took a breath. He continued, "Hi, my name is Bartholomew." He held the microphone with both hands, grounding himself. He added, "I have congenital hyposmia. I didn't know that word until recently. All I knew growing up was that I could smell some things, but not others. And nobody believed me." He took a breath. He continued, "When I was a kid, I could smell strong things, like gasoline, bleach, or vinegar. But I couldn't smell food cooking. I couldn't smell perfume. I couldn't smell body odor. I couldn't smell smoke unless it was right in my face. He looked down briefly, then lifted his eyes again. He said, "Kids used to test me. They'd hold things under my nose, markers, snacks, gym shoes, and ask me what it smelled like. If I said I didn't know, they'd say I was pretending. If I guessed wrong, they'd laugh." He swallowed. He added, "Teachers didn't believe me either. They'd say, 'You can't smell some things but not others.' That doesn't make sense. But it made sense to me. It was my reality." He took a breath. He continued, "As I got older, it got more embarrassing. I'd be in situations where people expected me to react to smells. Like when something was burning, or when someone sprayed cologne, or when food went bad. Sometimes I reacted. Sometimes I didn't. People thought I was being dramatic or sarcastic." He shook his head gently. He added, "In high school, it got worse. People said I was pretending to get attention. They said I was lying. They said I was weird. I started pretending I could smell things just to avoid the comments." He exhaled slowly. He continued, "In relationships, it caused problems too. My girlfriend at the time said I was inconsistent. She said I was playing dumb. She said I was making excuses. But I wasn't. I just couldn't smell everything." He added, "At work, it's been confusing. Sometimes I can smell chemicals. Sometimes I can't. Sometimes I can smell when something's burning. Sometimes I can't. People think I'm not paying attention. They think I'm careless." He looked around the room, vulnerable but steady. He concluded, "I came here because I want to understand why my sense of smell works the way it does. I want to stop pretending. And I want people to stop thinking I'm lying." He sat down quietly. Amethyst stepped forward and gently retrieved the microphone. Dr. Blake stood with a calm, grounding presence. He continued, "Bartholomew, thank you for your honesty. What you've described is one of the most misunderstood sensory experiences, inconsistent smell detection." He stepped slightly closer, his voice warm and steady. He added, "People often assume that if you can smell one thing, you should be able to smell everything. But that is not how hyposmia works. Your experience is real, and it has always been real." He paused. He continued, "Being accused of pretending creates shame. Being told you're lying creates confusion. Being misunderstood creates isolation. None of that belongs to you." He turned toward the specialists. He said, "Now I'm going to turn this over to Dr. Ellington and Dr. Hart." Dr. Ellington stood with a composed, clinical warmth. She continued, "Bartholomew, congenital hyposmia is a real, documented condition. It occurs when the olfactory receptors or pathways develop unevenly. This means some receptors work normally, some work partially, and some do not work at all." She gestured gently toward the diagram. She added, "This creates inconsistent smell detection. You may smell strong chemical odors but not food. You may smell smoke only when it is concentrated. You may detect some scents faintly and others not at all." She continued, "This inconsistency is not a flaw. It is a pattern, a neurological and genetic pattern." She offered a warm nod. She concluded, "Your experience is medically valid, and it is far more common than people realize." She sat down. Dr. Hart stood next. He continued, "Bartholomew, the olfactory system is complex. It contains hundreds of receptor types, each responsible for detecting different molecules. If some receptors are underdeveloped or inactive, you will detect certain smells but not others." He added, "This is why your reactions seemed inconsistent to others. But neurologically, they were completely consistent with your sensory profile." He continued, "Your brain was not confused. Other people were." He offered a reassuring smile. He concluded, your sensory world is different, not deceptive. He sat down. Tarquin stepped forward again. He continued, Bartholomew, from the community side, I want to say this clearly. People often assume inconsistency equals dishonesty. They assume that if you can smell one thing, you should smell everything. He shook his head gently. He added, your story shows how wrong those assumptions are. You were not pretending. You were not lying. You were navigating a sensory system that works differently. He offered Bartholomew a warm, grounding look. He concluded, your story helps us break the stereotype that inconsistent smell detection is fake. Thank you for sharing it.
Tarquin returned to the facilitators' table after responding to Bartholomew. The room settled again, quiet and thoughtful. People glanced around, waiting for the next person to speak. Then, a hand rose from the front row, slow but steady. Tarquin saw the raised hand and gave a warm, encouraging nod. Amethyst stepped forward immediately, microphone in hand. Heather stood up at her desk. She accepted the microphone from Amethyst with a small, grateful smile. Amethyst's expression softened. She already knew where this story was going, and she knew how devastating it must have been. Heather took a breath. She continued, Hi, my name is Heather. She held the microphone with both hands, grounding herself. She added, I have a rare craniofacial condition that affects my nasal structure. My nasal passages are narrow, and the airflow is limited. I can smell a little bit, but not the way other people can. She took a breath. She continued, most scents are faint to me. Really faint. So when I smell something, even a little bit, I assume it must be normal. I assume everyone else is smelling it the same way. She looked down briefly, then lifted her eyes again. She said, that's where my problem started. She swallowed. She added, I love essential oils. Tea tree, peppermint, lavender, citronella. They're strong, but to me, they smell soft. Gentle. Barely there. So when I use them, I use a lot. Instead of 1 or 2 drops in a diffuser, I might use half a bottle. Amethyst's eyebrows lifted slightly. She knew how strong those oils were. 1 drop of tea tree can fill an entire room. Heather continued. She said, I didn't know. I thought if I could barely smell it, then it must not be strong enough. I thought I needed more. She took a breath. She continued, I've been evicted from apartments because of it. Neighbors complained about a strong smell coming from my unit. They said it was overwhelming. They said it burned their nose. They said it made their eyes water. She shook her head gently. She added, when the landlord or security guard came to check, they smelled it immediately. Tea tree, peppermint, lavender, citronella. They said it was too strong. They said it was unreasonable. They said I was disrespectful. She continued, but I wasn't trying to be disrespectful. I just couldn't smell it the way they could. She exhaled slowly. She added, it's the same with cleaning products. I use Pine Sol because it's strong. But I can barely smell it. So I use a lot. Too much. I didn't know. She looked around the room, vulnerable but steady. She continued, laundry detergent too. I use Gain because it has a strong scent. But I can't smell it unless I use 2 or 3 cups. Then my clothes end up smelling too strong for everyone else. She swallowed. She concluded, I came here because I want people to understand that I'm not trying to bother anyone. I'm not trying to be rude. I'm not trying to be disrespectful. I just can't smell things the way other people can. And I want people to stop judging me for something I can't control. She sat down quietly. Amethyst stepped forward and gently retrieved the microphone, her face full of empathy, because she knew how strong those oils were, and how heartbreaking this misunderstanding must have been. Dr. Blake stood with a calm, grounding presence, disrespectful. He continued, Heather, thank you for your honesty. What you've described is one of the most misunderstood sensory issues, partial smell loss. He stepped slightly closer, his voice warm and steady. He added, people assume smell is all or nothing. They assume you either smell everything or nothing. But partial smell loss creates a unique kind of confusion, for you and for the people around you. He paused. He continued, you were judged for something invisible. You were blamed for something you could not sense. You were punished for something you could not detect. He looked at her with compassion. He concluded, your story deserves understanding, not judgment. He turned toward the specialists. He said, now I'm going to turn this over to Dr. Ellington and Dr. Mercer. Dr. Ellington stood with a composed, clinical warmth. She continued, Heather, your condition affects the structure of your nasal passages. Narrow passages reduce airflow. Reduced airflow means fewer odor molecules reach the receptors. She gestured gently toward the diagram. She added, this creates partial smell detection. You may smell strong scents faintly, but not at their true intensity. This is why essential oils feel mild to you but overwhelming to others. She continued, your brain is not receiving the full signal. So you compensate by using more. This is a predictable, understandable pattern. She offered a warm nod. She concluded, your experience is medically valid, and it is far more common than people realize. She sat down. Dr. Mercer stood next. She continued, Heather, essential oils like tea tree, peppermint, citronella, and lavender are extremely potent. One drop can fill a room. But if your receptors only detect a fraction of that intensity, your brain interprets it as mild. She added, this leads to overuse, not because you are careless, but because your sensory feedback is limited. She continued, cleaning products and detergents work the same way. Strong scents feel faint to you, so you use more. This is not disrespect. This is sensory compensation. She offered a reassuring smile. She concluded, your body is not failing you. It is simply processing scent differently. She sat down. Tarquin stepped forward again. He continued, Heather, from the community side, I want to say this clearly, people often assume strong scents equal disrespect. They assume you are being inconsiderate. They assume you are ignoring others. He shook his head gently. He added, your story shows how wrong those assumptions are. You were not trying to overwhelm anyone. You were trying to smell what everyone else smells. He offered Heather a warm, grounding look. He concluded, your story helps us break the stereotype that people who overuse scents are being rude. Thank you for sharing it. Dr. Blake stood up from the facilitator's table, smoothing the front of his shirt as he walked toward the center of the room. His presence alone brought the room to a gentle hush. He continued, all right everyone, we're going to take a 1-hour lunch break. He lifted his arm and pointed toward the hallway on the right. He added, you are welcome to eat right here in the classroom, or you may go to the cafeteria, it's down this hallway, then to the left. He shifted his arm and pointed in the opposite direction. He continued, for those of you who are currently on parole, you will be escorted to and from the cafeteria by security. Please wait by the door, and your escort will arrive shortly. A few people nodded, already familiar with the procedure. Dr. Blake clasped his hands gently. He added, if anyone would like to stay in the classroom and talk privately with a facilitator, you are welcome to do so. We will have staff available here the entire time. He gave a warm, reassuring smile. Then he lifted a stack of forms from the table. He continued, before you leave, if you filled out the health form we gave you at the beginning of class, please bring it up to Taquan. Once you've handed it in, you're free to go to lunch. He stepped back. He concluded, all right everyone, enjoy your break. We'll resume in 1 hour. Chairs slid back. People stretched. A few whispered conversations started. Some participants walked straight to the facilitators' table to hand to Kwon their forms. Others gathered their bags and headed toward the cafeteria. A few stayed seated, scrolling quietly on their phones before standing up. Before stepping out, they handed their forms to Kwon. He thanked each person and placed the forms in a neat stack. They walked up to Kwon, handed in their forms, then returned to their seats. They left their belongings at their desks, stepped out, and returned a few minutes later. Peggy stood up first, smoothing her skirt. Earl stretched his back and followed her. Peggy said softly, "Let's freshen up before we eat." Earl nodded, "All right." They headed to the washroom, then made their way to the cafeteria. Rôvi gathered her notebook, handed in her form, and left with a calm, purposeful stride. They stood by the door, waiting patiently. A security guard arrived and escorted them to the cafeteria. He stayed at the table, sorting forms, typing information into his computer with quiet focus. He remained in the classroom as well, reviewing forms, entering notes, occasionally adjusting his glasses. She left for lunch at first, but returned after half an hour to relieve Kwon and Dr. Blake. Most specialists left for their break, but a few returned early and stayed in the classroom to answer questions. A few participants approached. One asked a specialist about anosmia and cooking safety. Another asked Amethyst about sensory-friendly hygiene products. Someone else asked Dr. Blake about emotional overwhelm and shame. The facilitators answered with warmth and patience. Peggy's tray, a colorful salad, berries, and a sparkling water. Earl's tray, grilled cheese and tomato soup. Earl dunked his sandwich in the soup. Peggy smiled and said, "The cafeteria up here is fancier than the one downstairs." Earl nodded, "And the food tastes better too." LT and Olga returned with their trays of food. LT sat down with a tray full of comfort food and immediately pulled out his phone. He showed Olga pictures of his puppy and his bird. Olga's face lit up. Peggy whispered to Earl, "We should get a bird." Earl chuckled, "I've always liked birds, just had bad luck with them." Peggy said, "Maybe this time will be different." Earl shrugged, "Maybe." People finished eating. Some wiped their mouths with napkins. Others placed their trays on the cart outside the classroom and returned to their seats. The atmosphere was relaxed, warm, and ready.
The room had settled after lunch. People were relaxed, wiping their mouths, adjusting their chairs, settling back into the rhythm of the seminar. Tarkin stood, glanced around the room, and gave a small nod. Amethyst stepped forward with the microphone. A hand rose, confident, unapologetic, familiar. Amethyst smiled knowingly. She walked over and handed the microphone to Samantha. Samantha stood up with a kind of presence that said she wasn't shy, wasn't timid, and wasn't afraid to speak plainly. She took the microphone with a firm grip. She continued, "Hi, my name is Samantha." She shifted her weight, unapologetically herself. She added, "I'm gonna be honest. I'm a straight shooter. I don't sugarcoat. I don't dance around things. I say it how it is. My family knows that. My friends know that. Everybody knows that." A few people chuckled softly. They recognized the type. She continued, "I'm here because I have a family member, someone I grew up with, who has a body odor issue. And I'll admit, I haven't always handled it the right way." She exhaled. She said,
In my family, we don't do gentle, we don't do soft, we don't do, can we talk, we do, girl, you stink. Go take a bath. That's how we talk. That's how we've always talked. A few people nodded. They understood that dynamic. She continued, but every time I said something, she got defensive. She'd say, I did take a bath, or stop picking on me, or why are you always coming for me? And I'd get frustrated because I wasn't trying to be mean, I was trying to help. She paused, her expression softening. She added, but after hearing everybody's stories today, I'm starting to think maybe I wasn't helping, maybe I was making it worse, maybe she wasn't being dramatic, maybe she really couldn't smell herself. She took a breath. She continued, I've been reading online real stories, and I'm seeing people say the same thing. Their family tells them they smell and they get defensive because they don't know, they can't smell it, they're embarrassed. They feel attacked. She shook her head. She said, I didn't know that. I thought she was just being stubborn. I thought she was ignoring me. I thought she didn't care. Her voice softened. She added, now I'm realizing maybe I was the one who didn't understand. She looked around the room, vulnerable but still very much herself. She concluded, I came here because I want to learn how to talk to her without hurting her feelings. I want to help her without making her feel attacked. I want to understand what she's going through, so I can be a better sister, cousin, whatever you want to call it. I just want to do better. She sat down.
Amethyst stepped forward and gently retrieved the microphone. Dr. Blake stood with a warm, grounded presence. He continued, Samantha, thank you for your honesty. What you've described is one of the most common family dynamics we see, direct communication that comes from love, but lands as criticism. He stepped closer. He added, you were not trying to hurt her. You were trying to help her in the only language your family uses, honesty without filters. He paused. He continued, but when someone cannot smell themselves, being told, you stink, feels like an attack on their identity, not their hygiene. It triggers shame, confusion, and defensiveness. He offered a gentle nod. He concluded, your willingness to learn a new approach is the beginning of healing, for both of you. He turned toward the specialists. Dr. Mercer stood. She continued, Samantha, many people with odor-related conditions cannot smell themselves at all. Their brain does not register the scent. So when someone tells them they smell, it feels sudden, shocking, and confusing. She added, this confusion often turns into defensiveness, not because they don't care, but because they feel blindsided. She continued, your family member may genuinely believe she is clean. She may have showered. She may have used deodorant. She may have done everything she knows how to do. She offered a warm look. She concluded, your new awareness will help you approach her with compassion instead of confrontation. She sat down. Dr. Hart stood next. He continued, Samantha, defensiveness is a natural neurological response to perceived social threat. When someone feels embarrassed or exposed, the brain activates protective mechanisms. He added, this is especially true when the person cannot detect the odor themselves. Their brain cannot reconcile what they are being told with what they are sensing. He offered a reassuring smile. He concluded, your shift in approach will make a tremendous difference. He sat down. Tarquin stepped forward. He continued, Samantha, from the community side, I want to say this clearly, families often use blunt honesty because it feels efficient. But when it comes to Odor, bluntness can feel like humiliation. He shook his head gently. He added, your story shows that compassion is a skill, not a personality trait. And you are learning that skill. He offered her a warm, grounding look. He concluded, thank you for bringing a real family dynamic into this room. It helps everyone learn.
Larimore stood up slowly, adjusting the cuff of his tailored shirt. He carried himself with the quiet confidence of someone raised in privilege, but his expression held humility. He accepted the microphone with a small nod. He continued, hello, my name is Larimore. He offered a courteous smile to the facilitators. He added, I actually forgot to sign up earlier. I wasn't sure if I should speak, but, would it be all right if I shared my story? Tarquin gave him a warm nod of permission. Larimore exhaled, relieved. He continued, I come from a very privileged background. Private schools, excellent healthcare, every resource you can imagine. And yet, somehow, no one ever explained to me that certain medical conditions can affect your sense of smell. He paused, choosing his words carefully. He added, I was diagnosed with diabetes in my early 30s. Later, I developed a thyroid disorder. I didn't know, and no one told me, that both of these conditions can reduce or distort the sense of smell. A few participants nodded. This was new information for many. Larimore continued, over the years, I noticed I couldn't smell things the way other people could. Sometimes I could smell something faintly. Other times, nothing at all. I assumed it was allergies. Or stress. Or just, me. He shook his head gently. He added, like Heather, I've accidentally overused scented products. Essential oils. Body sprays. Even cleaning products. I couldn't tell how strong they were. I thought I was using a normal amount. He sighed softly. He continued, I've had neighbors complain. I've had coworkers make comments. I've had family members pull me aside and ask if everything was all right. He looked around the room, vulnerable but composed. He said, it was embarrassing. And confusing. Because I genuinely didn't know. I couldn't smell it. He paused. He added, it wasn't until I saw an endocrinologist last year that someone finally explained it to me. Diabetes, thyroid disorders, and hormonal changes can all reduce the sense of smell. It was the first time anything made sense. His voice softened. He concluded, I came here today because I want people to understand that smell loss isn't always caused by trauma or sinus issues. Sometimes it's metabolic. Sometimes it's hormonal. Sometimes it's invisible. And I want to help break the stigma around that. He handed the microphone back to Amethyst and sat down. Dr. Blake stepped forward with a warm, steady presence. He continued, Larimore, thank you. What you've shared is incredibly important. Many people assume smell loss only comes from injury or infection. But endocrine conditions, diabetes, thyroid disorders, hormonal shifts, are well-documented causes. He added, your story shows that smell disorders do not discriminate by class, education, or background. They can affect anyone. He nodded gently. He concluded, your honesty helps broaden the understanding in this room. Dr. Mercer stood, her tone warm and precise. She continued, Larimore, you are absolutely correct. Endocrine conditions can significantly affect the sense of smell. She held up 3 fingers. 1. Diabetes. Can damage small nerves, including olfactory nerves. Can reduce smell sensitivity. Can cause inconsistent smell detection. 2. Thyroid disorders. Hypothyroidism slows olfactory processing. Hyperthyroidism can distort smell perception. 3. Hormonal shifts. Affect nasal tissue. Change airflow. Alter how scent molecules bind to receptors. She lowered her hand. She added, your experience is medically valid, and it is far more common than people realize. She sat down. Dr. Hart stood next. He continued, endocrine conditions affect the entire body, including the brain's ability to interpret sensory signals. He added, this can create inconsistent smell detection. Some days you may smell something faintly. Other days, not at all. He offered a reassuring smile. He concluded, your story helps people understand that smell loss is not always dramatic. Sometimes it's subtle, gradual, and invisible. He sat down. Tarquin stepped forward. He continued, Larimore, thank you for bringing a new dimension into this room. Many people assume smell disorders only happen to certain groups. Your story shows that anyone, regardless of wealth, education, or background, can experience this. He added, your willingness to speak up helps break the stereotype that smell loss is always obvious or dramatic. He offered Larimore a warm nod. He concluded, thank you for joining the circle.
The room was quiet, grounded, and ready. Tarquin scanned the room one last time, giving space for anyone who hadn't spoken yet. A hand rose slowly from the back, hesitant but determined. Amethyst stepped forward with the microphone. The man stood up, adjusting the mask that covered the lower half of his face. He accepted the microphone with a small nod. He continued, Hi, my name is Beauregard. His voice was steady, but there was a tremor of vulnerability beneath it. He added, I wasn't sure if I should speak today, but after hearing everyone else's stories, I think it's time. He took a breath. He continued, I was addicted to cocaine for 16 years. I started when I was young, too young, and it took over my life. I've been clean and sober for 5 years now. A few people nodded, quietly supportive. He added, but the damage is done. My nasal bridge partially collapsed from years of snorting cocaine. The cartilage is gone. The septum is damaged. I have trouble breathing through my nose. He touched the mask gently. He continued, I wear this because I'm embarrassed. I know people stare. I know it looks bad. And I know it's my fault. I made choices that hurt my body. He paused, steadying himself. He said, but I'm trying to build a new future. I'm trying to move forward. And I want to know, is it possible to have my nose corrected? Not just for looks, but so I can breathe better, and feel like myself again. He lowered the microphone slightly. He added softly, I'm not asking for pity. I just want to know if there's hope. He handed the microphone back to Amethyst and sat down. Dr. Blake stepped forward with a calm, steady presence. He continued, Beauregard, thank you for your courage. Addiction takes lives. Recovery saves them. And you have done the hardest part. You rebuilt your life. He added, your honesty today is not weakness. It is strength. He paused. He continued, and yes, there is hope. Let's talk about it. He turned toward the specialists. Dr. Mercer stood, her tone warm and precise. She continued, Beauregard, long-term cocaine use can cause severe damage to the nasal septum and the cartilage that supports the bridge of the nose. This is called saddle nose deformity, and it is medically recognized. She added, the good news is that reconstructive surgery is possible. Surgeons can rebuild the nasal structure using cartilage grafts, often from the rib or ear. She continued, because you have been sober for 5 years, your tissue is far more stable than it would have been during active addiction. That increases your chances of a successful reconstruction. She offered a reassuring nod. She concluded, your past does not disqualify you from healing. She sat down. Dr. Hart stood next. He continued, Beauregard, the collapse of the nasal bridge affects airflow, which can reduce your sense of smell. Reconstruction can improve breathing, and in some cases, partial smell function may return. He added, however, if the olfactory nerves were damaged, smell recovery may be limited. But breathing improvement is very likely. He offered a warm smile. He concluded, Your desire to rebuild your life is medically and emotionally valid. He sat down. Tarquin stepped forward. He continued, Beauregard, I want to say this clearly. Your past does not define your future. You are not your addiction. You are your recovery. He shook his head gently. He added, people often judge what they don't understand. They see the mask. They see the damage. They don't see the work you've done to rebuild your life. He offered Beauregard a grounding look. He concluded, thank you for trusting this room with your story. You belong here.
The room is quiet. Participants are attentive. Notebooks open. The energy is grounded and ready. Dr. Blake steps forward with his calm, professional presence. He continues, before we move into the final portion of today's seminar, I want to take a moment to thank each and every one of you. He looks around the room, making eye contact with several participants. He adds, your honesty, your courage, and your willingness to share your experiences have created a space of learning and compassion. For those of you who wanted to speak but did not feel comfortable, please remember, your voice still matters. He gestures toward the table where blank forms are stacked. He continues, if you have questions, concerns, or personal experiences you would like addressed privately, please write them down on the paper provided. You may hand them to us at the end of class. I will respond to you by email, or we can schedule a private appointment. He pauses, then shifts into the next phase. He continues, now, we are going to transition into a deeper educational segment. Our specialists will walk us through several medically recognized causes of reduced or inconsistent smell that we have not yet discussed. He steps aside. He concludes, to begin, we will start with the first condition on our list. He nods toward the specialists' table. Dr. Blake continues, Dr. Ellington, would you begin? Dr. Ellington stands and walks to the front. She begins, chronic sinus disease is one of the most common causes of smell impairment, yet it is also one of the most misunderstood. She clicks to a slide showing the sinus cavities. She continues, when we talk about chronic sinus disease, we are referring to long-term inflammation of the sinus lining. This inflammation can be caused by allergies, infections, environmental irritants, or structural issues. She points to the olfactory cleft. She explains, the olfactory receptors sit high in the nasal cavity. Odor molecules must travel through the nasal passages to reach them. If the tissue is swollen, blocked, or filled with mucus, the odor molecules never reach the receptors. She pauses to let that sink in. She continues, this is why people with chronic sinus disease often experience fluctuating smell. One day they can smell eucalyptus. The next day, nothing. It depends entirely on the degree of inflammation. She adds, this also explains why many individuals overuse scented products. If they can only faintly detect a scent, they assume it is weak, when in reality, it may be overwhelming to others. She steps back slightly. Dr. Mercer raises a hand gently. Dr. Blake nods, granting permission. Dr. Mercer steps forward. She continues, I want to add that chronic sinus inflammation is strongly influenced by hormones. Stress hormones, thyroid hormones, and even menstrual cycles can worsen inflammation. She adds, this means smell may fluctuate with stress, sleep, hydration, and hormonal changes. She steps back. Dr. Hart steps forward. He continues, when smell is reduced, the brain compensates. It may heighten other senses, or it may misinterpret faint signals. This is why some individuals report distorted smells during sinus flare-ups. He steps back. Tarquin steps forward. He continues, in the community, people often assume someone with sinus issues is ignoring smells. They're not. They literally cannot detect them. He steps back. Dr. Ellington returns to her seat. Dr. Blake steps forward again. He continues, thank you, Dr. Ellington. That was an excellent overview. He turns to the room. He adds, "Now we will move to the second condition on our list." He gestures toward the specialists. He continues, "Dr. Mercer, would you lead us into the next topic?" Dr. Mercer stands and walks to the front. She begins, "Post-viral smell loss is one of the most widespread causes of olfactory dysfunction in the world today." She clicks to a slide showing the olfactory epithelium. She continues, "When a virus enters the nasal cavity, whether it is the common cold, influenza, or COVID-19, it can damage the supporting cells around the olfactory neurons." She explains, "These neurons are delicate. They regenerate, but not always perfectly. This leads to partial, inconsistent, or distorted smell." She adds, "Many individuals report that they can smell some things but not others. Or that familiar scents suddenly smell wrong, burnt, chemical, rotten. This is called parosmia." She pauses. She continues, "This can be emotionally distressing. People may avoid foods they once loved. They may overuse scented products trying to force their smell to return." She steps back slightly. Dr. Hart steps forward. He continues, "The brain plays a major role in post-viral smell loss. When the olfactory neurons regenerate, they may reconnect incorrectly. This creates scrambled signals." He adds, "This is why coffee may smell like gasoline, or lavender may smell like smoke." He steps back. Dr. Ellington steps forward. She continues, "It is important to understand that post-viral smell loss is not psychological. It is physical. The olfactory system is healing, but not in a straight line." She steps back. Tarquin steps forward. He continues, "In the community, this often leads to conflict. People think the person is exaggerating or being dramatic. They're not. Their sensory system is genuinely disrupted." He steps back. Dr. Mercer returns to her seat. Dr. Blake steps forward. He continues, "Thank you, Dr. Mercer. That was extremely informative." He turns to the room. He adds, "Now we will move to the third condition on our list." He gestures toward the specialists. He continues, "Dr. Hart, would you lead us into the next topic?"
The room is quiet, focused, and ready. Dr. Blake steps forward again, hands folded calmly. He continues, "Thank you again to our specialists for the clarity and depth you've provided so far. We will now move to the next medically recognized cause of olfactory impairment." He turns toward the specialists' table. He adds, "Dr. Hart, would you lead us into our third topic?" Dr. Hart stands and walks to the front. He begins, "Nasal polyps and structural blockages are far more common than most people realize. These conditions physically obstruct airflow, preventing odor molecules from reaching the olfactory receptors." He clicks to a slide showing the nasal cavity with polyps. He continues, "A nasal polyp is a soft, painless, non-cancerous growth. It forms when the lining of the nasal passages becomes chronically inflamed. Over time, the tissue swells, folds, and forms a polyp." He gestures to the diagram. He explains, "Polyps can be small or large. They can occur singly or in clusters. They often grow in the area where smell detection occurs." He pauses. He continues, "When a polyp blocks the olfactory cleft, the narrow passage where odor molecules must travel, smell becomes inconsistent or absent." He adds, "This is why someone may smell strong scents faintly, but miss subtle scents entirely." He steps back slightly. Dr. Ellington raises her hand. Dr. Blake nods, granting permission. She steps forward. She continues, "I want to emphasize that nasal polyps are frequently misdiagnosed as allergies. Many patients live with them for years without knowing." She adds, "Polyps do not respond to antihistamines. They often require steroid treatment or surgical removal. They can grow back if the underlying inflammation is not addressed." She continues, a deviated septum can also cause smell impairment. If the septum leans to one side, airflow becomes uneven. One nostril may receive adequate airflow, while the other does not. She steps back. Dr. Mercer steps forward. She continues, chronic inflammation that leads to polyps can be influenced by hormonal changes. Thyroid disorders, for example, can increase mucosal swelling. She adds, this is why some individuals experience fluctuating smell depending on their hormonal state. She steps back. Tarquin steps forward. He continues, in the community, people often assume someone with polyps is ignoring smells or being careless. But the truth is, they're blocked. Literally blocked. He adds, this misunderstanding can lead to shame, conflict, and unnecessary judgment. He steps back. Dr. Hart returns to his seat. Dr. Blake steps forward again. He continues, thank you, Dr. Hart, and thank you to our specialists for your insights. He turns to the room. He adds, we will now move to the fourth condition on our list. He gestures toward the specialists. He continues, Dr. Mercer, would you lead us into the next topic? Dr. Mercer stands and walks to the front. She begins, fungal sinusitis is less common than bacterial or viral sinus infections, but it is medically significant and often misunderstood. She clicks to a slide showing fungal growth in the sinus cavity. She continues, fungal sinusitis occurs when fungal spores, which are present in the environment, enter the sinus cavity and trigger an inflammatory response. She explains, some individuals are more sensitive to fungal spores. The immune system reacts aggressively. This causes chronic swelling and thick mucus. The inflammation reduces or distorts smell. She adds, there are several types of fungal sinusitis, ranging from mild to severe. Some forms require surgical intervention. She pauses. She continues, one of the key features of fungal sinusitis is that it does not respond to typical allergy treatments. Antihistamines and decongestants often provide little relief. She steps back slightly. Dr. Ellington steps forward. She continues, fungal sinusitis is often misdiagnosed as chronic allergies. Patients may go years without proper treatment. She adds, the inflammation can become severe. The olfactory cleft can become completely obstructed. Smell may be inconsistent or absent. She continues, in advanced cases, surgery is required to remove fungal debris and restore airflow. She steps back. Dr. Hart steps forward. He continues, chronic inflammation from fungal sinusitis can eventually affect the olfactory nerves themselves. When this happens, smell may not fully return even after treatment. He adds, this is why early diagnosis is important. He steps back. Tarquin steps forward. He continues, people with fungal sinusitis are often judged unfairly. Others assume they are unclean or neglecting hygiene. In reality, they are dealing with a medical condition that requires specialized care. He steps back. Dr. Mercer returns to her seat. Dr. Blake steps forward again. He continues, thank you, Dr. Mercer, and thank you to all of our specialists for your contributions. He turns to the room. He adds, we will now move to the fifth condition on our list. He gestures toward the specialists. He continues, Dr. Hart, would you lead us into the next topic?
Amethyst steps forward with her calm, grounding presence. She waits for the room to settle, then speaks into the microphone with her warm, steady tone. She continues, all right everyone, before we continue with the next portion of our seminar, we're going to take a 30-minute break. She gestures gently toward the door in the water station. She adds, please take this time to stretch, move around, get some water, check your phones, and ground yourselves. We've covered a lot of important material, and it's healthy to give your mind and body a moment to reset. She offers a reassuring smile. She concludes, we'll reconvene in 30 minutes to finish the seminar. Thank you all. She steps back, and the room begins to shift. Chairs slide back. People stand, stretch, roll their shoulders, shake out their legs. A few participants head straight for the water cooler. Others check their phones, responding to messages or missed calls. Small clusters form, quiet conversations, laughter, shared reactions. The facilitators spread out. Dr. Mercer steps into the hallway to take a quick call. Dr. Hart heads to the restroom. Dr. Ellington stays behind, chatting with two participants who approach her with questions. Tarquin steps outside for a moment of fresh air. Amethyst remains in the room, tidying the table and offering grounding support to anyone who needs it. Rocky and his wife step into the hallway. The security guard is already waiting, professional, calm, familiar with the routine. Rocky nods respectfully. He continues, "I'll be right back." His wife squeezes his arm before he follows the guard down the hall. She stays near the doorway, scrolling through her phone, waiting for him to return. Peggy decides to stay in the classroom. She sets her little lunch basket on the table and opens it with that familiar, motherly precision. She pulls out a bag of veggie chips, a banana, 2 napkins, a bottle of water. Earl sits beside her, grateful and amused. Peggy hands him the banana. Earl continues, "You always take care of me." Peggy smiles, "Somebody has to." They eat quietly, sharing the moment like they've done for years. Rôvi remains at her desk. Her lunch basket sits neatly beside her. She opens her seminar folder and begins reviewing the material, highlighting, underlining, absorbing. She's calm, centered, and fully present in her ritual of preparation. A few participants glance her way with respect. Her presence has that effect. 2 facilitators step out to freshen up. After a few minutes, they return and relieve the others so everyone gets a moment to breathe. The room feels balanced, supported, and professionally managed. LT's phone buzzes on the table. He glances down. The screen lights up with one name. Rich. Earl and Peggy, sitting behind him, see it clearly. LT picks up the phone and puts it to his ear. He continues, "Hey man, what's going on?" "Yeah, I'm still in the class. We probably got another hour and a half, maybe." He pauses, listening. Then he grins. He continues, "Guess who I ran into?" Olga. Olga, sitting beside him, looks up curiously. LT leans toward her. He continues, "Rich says hey." Olga blinks, confused. She asks, "Who's Rich?" LT chuckles. "Oh, I forgot. You remember him as Felony." Olga's eyes widen. "Oh, is that his name? Wow, both of you have really made a change in your lives. Using your government names now." LT laughs softly. "Yeah, he don't go by Felony anymore. He don't do that kind of stuff. He's not out in the streets anymore." Olga smiles warmly. "I'm so happy to hear that. That's good." Behind them, Earl and Peggy exchange a proud look, the kind only people who've watched someone grow can share. People finish their snacks. Phones go back into pockets. Water bottles are capped. Facilitators return to their places. Chairs slide forward. The energy shifts back into focus. Everyone is ready. The seminar is about to continue. Amethyst steps forward with her calm, grounding presence. She waits for the room to settle, then speaks into the microphone with her warm, steady tone. She continues, "All right everyone, before we continue with the next portion of our seminar, we're going to take a 30-minute break." She gestures gently toward the door in the water station. She adds, "Please take this time to stretch, move around, get some water, check your phones, and ground yourselves. We've covered a lot of important material, and it's healthy to give your mind and body a moment to reset." She offers a reassuring smile. She concludes, "We'll reconvene in 30 minutes to finish the seminar. Thank you all." She steps back, and the room begins to shift. Chairs slide back. People stand, stretch, roll their shoulders, shake out their legs. A few participants head straight for the water cooler. Others check their phones, responding to messages or missed calls. Small clusters form, quiet conversations, laughter, shared reactions. The facilitators spread out. Dr. Mercer steps into the hallway to take a quick call. Dr. Hart heads to the restroom. Dr. Ellington stays behind, chatting with two participants who approach her with questions. Tarquin steps outside for a moment of fresh air. Amethyst remains in the room, tidying the table and offering grounding support to anyone who needs it. Rocky and his wife step into the hallway. The security guard is already waiting, professional, calm, familiar with the routine. Rocky nods respectfully. He continues, "I'll be right back." His wife squeezes his arm before he follows the guard down the hall. Peggy decides to stay in the classroom. She sets her little lunch basket on the table and opens it with that familiar, motherly precision. She pulls out a bag of veggie chips, a banana, 2 napkins, a bottle of water. Earl sits beside her, grateful and amused. Peggy hands him the banana. Earl continues, "You always take care of me." Peggy smiles, "Somebody has to." They eat quietly, sharing the moment like they've done for years. Rôvi remains at her desk. Her lunch basket sits neatly beside her. She opens her seminar folder and begins reviewing the material, highlighting, underlining, absorbing. She's calm, centered, and fully present in her ritual of preparation. A few participants glance her way with respect. Her presence has that effect. 2 facilitators step out to freshen up. After a few minutes, they return and relieve the others so everyone gets a moment to breathe. The room feels balanced, supported, and professionally managed. LT's phone buzzes on the table. He glances down. The screen lights up with one name. Rich. Earl and Peggy, sitting behind him, see it clearly. LT picks up the phone and puts it to his ear. He continues, "Hey man, what's going on?" "Yeah, I'm still in the class. We probably got another hour and a half, maybe." He pauses, listening. Then he grins. He continues, "Guess who I ran into?" "Olga." Olga, sitting beside him, looks up curiously. LT leans toward her. He continues, "Rich says hey." Olga blinks, confused. She asks, "Who's Rich?" LT chuckles. "Oh, I forgot. You remember him as Felony." Olga's eyes widen. "Oh, is that his name? Wow, both of you have really made a change in your lives. Using your government names now." LT laughs softly. "Yeah, he don't go by Felony anymore. He don't do that kind of stuff. He's not out in the streets anymore." Olga smiles warmly. "I'm so happy to hear that. That's good." Behind them, Earl and Peggy exchange a proud look, the kind only people who've watched someone grow can share. People finish their snacks. Phones go back into pockets. Water bottles are capped. Facilitators return to their places. Chairs slide forward. The energy shifts back into focus. Everyone is ready. The seminar is about to continue.
As the 30-minute break winds down, Amethyst returns to the front of the room. She moves with that calm, grounding presence she always carries. She kneels beside the diffuser, opens the lid, and pours in fresh water. Then she adds 3 drops of eucalyptus and 2 drops of spearmint, the scents rising immediately, cool, clean, and clarifying. She closes the diffuser, presses the button, and a soft mist begins to drift upward. She stands, smoothing her skirt, and speaks gently into the microphone. She continues, "All right everyone, our 30 minutes are just about up. Please begin making your way back to your seats. Take a moment to breathe in the eucalyptus and spearmint, it will help you ground and refocus." Participants return. Peggy and Earl finish their snacks and tuck their basket away. Rôvi closes her folder and sits upright, ready. LT pockets his phone after ending his call with Rich. Olga smiles softly, still thinking about the conversation. Rocky returns from the hallway with the security guard and rejoins his wife. Facilitators settle back into their positions. The room becomes quiet again, focused, refreshed, ready. Amethyst nods toward Dr. Blake. He steps forward. He continues, "Welcome back, everyone. I hope you were able to stretch, hydrate, and reset. Thank you again for your engagement and your presence today." He glances at the specialist's table. He adds, "We will now continue with our educational segment. The next condition we will be discussing is one that affects millions of people worldwide, often without their knowledge." He turns toward Dr. Hart. He continues, "Dr. Hart, would you lead us into topic 5? Dr. Hart stands and walks to the front. He begins, "Head injuries, even mild ones, are one of the most under-recognized causes of smell impairment. Many people assume that if they did not lose consciousness, or if the injury happened years ago, it cannot affect their sense of smell. That is not true." He clicks to a slide showing the olfactory bulb and nerve pathways. He continues, "The olfactory nerves sit at the base of the brain, just above the nasal cavity. They pass through tiny openings in a bone called the cribriform plate. These nerves are extremely delicate." He explains, "A concussion can stretch or shear these nerves. A fall can bruise the olfactory bulb. A car accident can disrupt the neural pathways." He pauses. He continues, "The result is often partial smell loss, inconsistent smell, or complete anosmia." He adds, "Some individuals can smell strong odors but not mild ones. Others can smell nothing at all. Some experience distorted smells, a condition called parosmia, where familiar scents smell burnt, chemical, or rotten." He steps back slightly. Dr. Ellington raises her hand. Dr. Blake nods. She steps forward. She continues, "I want to emphasize that head injury-related smell loss is often missed because the nasal passages themselves appear normal. There is no congestion, no blockage, no inflammation." She adds, "Patients are told, 'Your nose looks fine,' and the issue is dismissed. But the problem is not in the nose, it is in the neural pathways." She steps back. Dr. Mercer steps forward. She continues, "Hormonal changes after head injury can also affect smell. The pituitary gland, which sits near the base of the brain, can be disrupted during trauma. This can alter hormone levels, which in turn affect sensory processing." She adds, "This is why some individuals experience fluctuating smell after a concussion." She steps back. Tarquin steps forward. He continues, "In the community, people with head injury-related smell loss are often accused of pretending or exaggerating. They're not. Their nerves are damaged." He adds, "This misunderstanding can lead to shame, isolation, and frustration." He steps back. Dr. Hart returns to his seat. Dr. Blake steps forward again. He continues, "Thank you, Dr. Hart, and thank you to our specialists for your insights." He turns to the room. He adds, "We will now move to the 6th condition on our list." He gestures toward the specialists. He continues, "Dr. Ellington, would you lead us into topic 6? Participants return to their seats. The eucalyptus spearmint mist drifts softly through the air. Amethyst dims the lights just a touch, signaling that the seminar is resuming. Dr. Blake steps forward with his calm, professional presence. He continues, "Welcome back, everyone. Thank you for returning with such focus and energy. We're now ready to continue with our educational segment." He glances toward the specialists' table. He adds, "The next condition we will be discussing is one that many people live with from birth without ever realizing it." He turns toward Dr. Ellington. He continues, "Dr. Ellington, would you lead us into topic 6? Dr. Ellington stands and walks to the front. She begins, "Congenital hyposmia refers to being born with a reduced sense of smell. Many individuals with this condition do not realize anything is unusual until adulthood." She clicks to a slide showing the olfactory cleft and receptor distribution. She continues, "The olfactory system is incredibly complex. It involves hundreds of receptor types, millions of neurons, and a direct pathway to the brain. When someone is born with fewer functioning receptors, or with underdeveloped olfactory structures, their sense of smell is naturally limited. She explains. They may smell strong scents but not mild ones. They may detect some categories of smells but not others. They may assume their experience is normal because they have no comparison. She pauses to let the room absorb this. She continues, this is why congenital hyposmia often goes undiagnosed. People simply adapt. They learn to rely on visual cues, expiration dates, or the reactions of others. She adds, some individuals discover their condition only when a partner or coworker points out that they missed a scent everyone else noticed. She steps back slightly. Dr. Hart raises his hand. Dr. Blake nods. Dr. Hart steps forward. He continues, from a neurological standpoint, congenital hyposmia is fascinating. The brain adapts to whatever sensory input it receives. If someone is born with reduced smell, the brain simply accepts that as normal. He adds, the olfactory bulb may be smaller. The neural pathways may be less active. The brain may allocate more resources to other senses. He continues, this is why individuals with congenital hyposmia often have heightened awareness of texture, temperature, or visual detail. He steps back. Dr. Mercer steps forward. She continues, I want to add that congenital hyposmia can sometimes be linked to genetic factors or developmental conditions. It is not caused by poor hygiene, lifestyle choices, or environmental exposure. She adds, this is important because individuals with congenital hyposmia are often judged unfairly. People assume they are ignoring smells or being careless. She steps back. Tarquin steps forward. He continues, in the community, congenital hyposmia is one of the most misunderstood conditions. People think, how could you not smell that? But if someone has never had a full sense of smell, they don't know what they're missing. He adds, this misunderstanding can lead to embarrassment, shame, or social conflict, especially around food, cleaning products, or personal care. He steps back. Dr. Ellington returns to her seat. Dr. Blake steps forward again. He continues, thank you, Dr. Ellington, and thank you to our specialists for your insights. He turns to the room. He adds, we will now move to the 7th condition on our list. He gestures toward the specialists. He continues, Dr. Mercer, would you lead us into topic 7? The eucalyptus spearmint mist drifts softly through the air. Dr. Mercer stands and walks to the front. She begins, hormonal and endocrine disorders are a significant but frequently overlooked cause of smell impairment. The endocrine system regulates nearly every function in the body, including metabolism, tissue health, and sensory processing. She clicks to a slide showing the endocrine glands: thyroid, pituitary, adrenal, pancreas, ovaries, testes. She continues, when hormone levels are imbalanced, the tissues inside the nasal cavity can swell, dry out, or become less responsive. This directly affects how odor molecules bind to receptors. She explains, thyroid disorders can slow olfactory processing. Hormonal fluctuations can cause nasal swelling. Endocrine inflammation can reduce smell sensitivity. Some endocrine conditions cause inconsistent smell, strong one day, faint the next. She pauses to let the room absorb this. She continues, one of the most common endocrine-related causes is hypothyroidism. When thyroid hormone levels are low, the entire sensory system slows down. People may notice that scents seem muted or delayed. She adds, hyperthyroidism, on the other hand, can cause distorted smell, where familiar scents smell off or unpleasant. She steps back slightly. Dr. Hart raises his hand. Dr. Blake nods. Dr. Hart steps forward. He continues, from a neurological standpoint, Endocrine disorders can affect the brain's ability to interpret sensory signals. Hormones influence how quickly neurons fire, how efficiently they communicate, and how well they regenerate. He adds, low thyroid hormone slows neural transmission. High cortisol from chronic stress can dull sensory perception. Pituitary disorders can disrupt the entire olfactory pathway. He continues, this is why some individuals with endocrine disorders experience smell that comes and goes, the brain is receiving inconsistent input. He steps back. Dr. Ellington steps forward. She continues, I want to emphasize that endocrine-related smell loss often presents with a normal-looking nasal cavity. There may be no congestion, no polyps, no visible inflammation. She adds, this can lead to misdiagnosis. Patients are told their nose is fine, but the issue is hormonal, not structural. She steps back. Tarquin steps forward. He continues, in the community, people with endocrine-related smell issues are often misunderstood. Others assume they're being dramatic, or that they're ignoring scents on purpose. He adds, but the truth is, their sensory system is responding to hormonal changes they cannot control. He steps back. Dr. Mercer returns to her seat. Dr. Blake steps forward again. He continues, thank you, Dr. Mercer, and thank you to our specialists for your insights. He turns to the room. He adds, we will now move to the 8th and final condition on our list. He gestures toward the specialists. He continues, Dr. Hart, would you lead us into topic 8?
Just as Dr. Blake finishes inviting Dr. Hart to the front, a quiet movement appears at the door. A security guard passes by, pauses for a brief second, and peeks through the small window, just a routine check. He sees everything as calm, nods to himself, and continues down the hallway without interrupting the session. Dr. Hart steps forward. The room settles. He begins with a steady, professional tone. Neurodegenerative conditions are among the most medically significant causes of smell impairment. In fact, smell loss is often one of the earliest indicators that something is changing in the brain. He clicks to a slide showing the olfactory bulb, limbic system, and frontal cortex. He continues, the olfactory system is deeply connected to the brain regions responsible for memory, emotion, and executive function. Because of this, conditions that affect the brain often affect smell long before other symptoms appear. He explains, in Parkinson's disease, smell loss can occur years before motor symptoms. In Alzheimer's disease, smell impairment is linked to early changes in the hippocampus. In other neurodegenerative conditions, smell may decline gradually over time. He pauses, letting the room absorb the weight of this. He continues, smell loss in these conditions is not caused by nasal blockage. It is caused by changes in the brain itself, specifically, the degeneration of neural pathways that process olfactory information. He adds, this is why individuals may notice that familiar scents become faint, distorted, or unrecognizable. He steps back slightly. Dr. Mercer raises her hand. Dr. Blake nods. She steps forward. She continues, I want to add that hormonal changes can interact with neurodegenerative processes. For example, cortisol, the stress hormone, can accelerate neural decline in certain regions of the brain. She adds, this can make smell loss more pronounced or more noticeable during periods of stress. She steps back. Dr. Ellington steps forward. She continues, it is important to understand that in neurodegenerative conditions, the nasal passages often appear completely normal. There is no congestion, no inflammation, no structural blockage. She adds, this is why smell loss in these cases is frequently overlooked or dismissed. She steps back. Tarquin steps forward. He continues, in the community, this type of smell loss is often misunderstood. People assume someone is being forgetful, careless, or inattentive. He shakes his head gently. He adds, but in reality, their brain is changing, and smell is one of the first senses to reflect that. He steps back. Dr. Hart returns to his seat. The room is quiet, thoughtful, absorbing the depth of what was just taught. Dr. Blake steps forward again. He continues, "Thank you, Dr. Hart, and thank you to all of our specialists for your expertise today." He looks around the room, making eye contact with several participants. He adds, "This concludes the educational portion of our seminar. You have now heard the full spectrum of medically recognized causes of reduced or inconsistent smell, from sinus disease to neurological conditions." He pauses, letting the moment breathe. He continues, "We will now transition into the final portion of our seminar. The eucalyptus spearmint mist continues drifting softly through the air. Participants shift in their seats, some taking a final note, others exhaling slowly as the weight of the information settles. Dr. Blake steps forward again, hands clasped gently. He continues, "Thank you all for your attention, your engagement, and your willingness to learn. We've covered a great deal today, and I want to acknowledge the emotional and intellectual work each of you has done." He pauses, letting the room breathe. He adds, "We are now entering the final portion of our seminar. This is where we bring everything together: the science, the stories, the lived experiences, and the practical understanding." He glances toward the facilitators, who nod in readiness. He continues, "Before we close, we want to give space for reflection, clarity, and any final questions you may have. We will also provide next steps and resources for those who would like additional support." He steps slightly to the side, opening the floor. Amethyst steps forward with her warm, steady presence. She continues, "As we move into this final segment, I want to invite everyone to take a slow breath in, and a slow breath out." The room follows. She adds, "You've taken in a lot today. It's okay to feel full. It's okay to feel reflective. It's okay to feel proud of yourself for being here." She offers a gentle smile. She continues, "We're going to move into our closing reflections now. If you have questions, thoughts, or anything you'd like clarified, this is the time." She steps back, giving the space back to Dr. Blake. He continues, "Before we begin our closing reflections, I want to remind everyone that if you prefer to ask your questions privately, you may write them down and hand them to us at the end of the session." He adds, "We will respond by email, or we can schedule a private appointment if needed." He looks around the room, making eye contact with several participants. He continues, "Now, who would like to begin?" The room is quiet for a moment, the kind of quiet that means people are thinking, choosing their words, deciding whether to speak. A few hands begin to rise.
Dr. Blake nods toward them. He continues, "Yes, go ahead." The participant shifts forward in their seat, clearly concerned. They continue, "I have a question. My brother has been suffering from a condition where his breath smells really bad. He gargles, he uses the strongest mouthwash you can think of, to the point he gets sores around his mouth from all the alcohol in them. He brushes constantly. He's always chewing gum or sucking on peppermints. He tries not to talk to people because he's embarrassed. Whatever it is, it seems to be coming from his mouth area. And he doesn't seem to be able to smell it, or maybe he's just used to it because he's had this problem forever. Anytime we bring it up, he immediately takes action. I was wondering, does he have that nose issue? Or is it something else? I think I've heard a word for this, something to do with breath. Can you help me understand better?" The room quiets. Several participants nod. This is a familiar situation for many families. Dr. Blake steps forward with calm professionalism. He continues, "Thank you for asking that. What you're describing is something many people struggle with, and it can be incredibly distressing, both for the person experiencing it and for their loved ones. He pauses, then explains in a clear, accessible way. He continues, there is a medical term for chronic bad breath. It's called halitosis. And it can have several causes, not all of them related to the nose. He raises one finger. He explains in general terms. Food debris trapped in the mouth. Dry mouth. Gum disease. Tooth decay. Bacterial buildup on the tongue. He adds, sometimes people brush their teeth but forget the tongue, which is where a lot of odor-producing bacteria live. He raises a second finger. He continues, alcohol-based mouthwashes can dry the mouth out. A dry mouth produces more odor, not less. And if he's getting sores, that's a sign his tissues are being irritated. He raises a third finger. He explains, when someone has had the same odor for a long time, the brain stops registering it. This is called olfactory fatigue. It doesn't mean he has a smell disorder, it means his brain has tuned it out. He raises a fourth finger. He continues in general, educational terms. Sinus issues, postnasal drip, tonsil stones, gastrointestinal conditions. He adds, these can all create odors that seem like they're coming from the mouth. He raises a fifth finger. He continues, the fact that he immediately takes action when someone mentions it tells me he's trying very hard. People with halitosis often feel ashamed, even when the cause is medical. He softens his tone. He adds, this is not a character issue. It's not a hygiene failure. It's a medical concern that deserves compassion and proper evaluation. Dr. Ellington steps forward. She continues, I want to add that if the odor seems to come from the mouth but brushing doesn't help, it may be related to the throat or sinuses. Tonsil stones, for example, can cause a very strong odor even in people with excellent oral hygiene. She adds, a professional evaluation can help identify the source. She steps back. Tarquin steps forward gently. He continues, in the community, people with chronic breath issues are often teased or avoided. But most of them are trying harder than anyone else. They're using gum, mints, mouthwash, everything they can think of. He adds, your brother sounds like someone who cares deeply and is doing his best. He steps back. He continues, so to answer your question, yes, there is a name for what you're describing, halitosis. And no, it doesn't necessarily mean he has a smell disorder. It may simply mean he has adapted to the odor and no longer detects it. He adds warmly, encourage him to seek a professional evaluation. There are many possible causes, and most of them are treatable. He nods gently. He continues, thank you for bringing this forward.
Dr. Blake notices and nods toward them. He continues, yes, you have the floor. The participant stands a little, voice steady but heavy with lived experience. They continue, hi, Dr. Blake. My situation is similar to the gentleman who talked about chronic body odor. I've lost jobs too. When I go in for interviews, I notice the interviewer starts opening windows, or they shift around, and I can see the body language. I can't smell anything myself. It makes me feel horrible. Obviously, I don't get the job. I was wondering, is there any kind of disability available for people like us? Because we're having such a difficult time. I've got a family to feed, and the weather doesn't always allow me to do outside work or handyman work. Even when I'm doing handyman jobs, I can see people opening doors or windows. It's innocent, but it hurts. I just want to understand what options we have. The room becomes very still. Several participants look down, nodding. This is a real, painful, human question. Dr. Blake steps forward with deep compassion. He continues, in a calm, steady tone. Thank you for your honesty. What you're describing is incredibly difficult, and you're not alone. Many people with chronic odor conditions, whether caused by medical issues, metabolic conditions, or sensory loss, face social and employment challenges. He pauses, letting the room breathe. He continues, I want to be very clear and supportive here. I can't determine whether someone qualifies for disability benefits. That requires a professional evaluation and documentation from healthcare providers. But I can give you general information about how these systems usually work. He explains gently. Disability programs typically look at how a medical condition affects a person's ability to work. They don't focus on the condition alone. They focus on how it impacts daily functioning, employment, and safety. He adds, for some individuals, chronic odor conditions are connected to underlying medical issues such as metabolic disorders, endocrine disorders, or neurological conditions. Those underlying conditions may be evaluated by healthcare professionals to determine whether they significantly limit a person's ability to maintain employment. He continues, if someone believes their condition is affecting their ability to work, the best next step is to speak with a healthcare provider. They can document the medical aspects, explore treatment options, and help determine whether the condition meets the criteria for disability support. He softens his tone. And you deserve support. You deserve dignity. You deserve stability for your family. Dr. Ellington steps forward. She continues, I want to add that chronic odor issues often have medical causes that can be evaluated. Sometimes there are treatable conditions behind them. A professional assessment can help identify what's going on and what options are available. She steps back. Tarquin steps forward gently. He continues, in the community, people don't always understand what someone is going through. They react with body language, or they open windows, and they don't realize how painful that can be. But your question shows strength. You're trying to take care of your family. You're trying to find answers. That matters. He steps back. He continues, so to summarize, there are systems in place to support people whose medical conditions affect their ability to work. Whether someone qualifies depends on the underlying medical cause and how it impacts daily functioning. A healthcare provider is the best person to guide you through that process. He adds warmly, you're not alone in this. And your willingness to ask this question shows courage. He nods gently. Thank you for sharing.
Dr. Blake notices her immediately. Her posture is respectful but heavy with something she has carried for years. He continues, with warmth. Yes, you have the floor. She takes a breath, steady, careful, choosing her words. Dr. Blake, I'm going to be very careful how I word this because it's a sensitive topic, but I want to bring awareness. I do not have chronic body odor, and I don't have any medical condition that causes it. But I noticed something when I was under extremely high levels of stress. I used to be in a very dangerous relationship with my former husband. He was abusive to me. The room shifts, quiet, supportive, no judgment. She continues, and I noticed that whenever he would harm me, or whenever I would start crying, or whenever I was trying to protect myself, I would suddenly smell something coming from my own body. It happened every single time. Only during those moments of extreme stress. Thankfully, I'm not in that situation anymore. My dad and my brothers took care of that. A few people in the room chuckle softly, not at her, but at the universal understanding of what, dad and brothers took care of it, means. She smiles faintly, then continues. I was in that marriage for 5 years. And every time I was under that level of stress, that smell would happen. Why did that happen? It hasn't happened since I left. She sits back, the room holding her with quiet respect. No one shifts. No one fidgets. Everyone is listening with full presence. Dr. Blake steps forward with deep compassion. He begins softly. First, thank you for your courage. What you described is something many survivors experience, and it deserves to be spoken about with dignity. He pauses, letting the room breathe. He continues. What you experienced was not a medical disorder. It was a stress response, a very real, very physical reaction to danger. His tone stays calm and grounded. He continues, when a person is under extreme stress, especially fear, threat, or emotional overwhelm, the body releases a surge of stress hormones. These hormones can change your sweat composition, your skin chemistry, your breathing patterns, and how your body processes scent molecules. This can create a temporary odor that only appears during moments of intense emotional or physical stress. He adds gently, this is not a sign of poor hygiene. It is not a sign of a medical condition. It is a physiological survival response. He continues, the fact that it stopped when you left that environment tells us everything we need to know. Your body was responding to danger. Now that you are safe, the response is gone. He softens his tone even further. You did nothing wrong. Your body was trying to protect you. Dr. Ellington steps forward. She continues, stress can activate certain glands in the skin that normally stay quiet. These glands can produce a stronger scent when someone is frightened or overwhelmed. It is a normal biological response, not a disorder. She steps back. Tarquin steps forward gently. He continues, what you described is something many survivors recognize, even if they've never talked about it. Stress changes the body. Fear changes the body. The important thing is that you're safe now. And your body knows it. He steps back. He continues, thank you again for sharing that. You brought awareness to something many people experience but never name. And your story shows the power of safety, support, and healing. He nods respectfully.
Dr. Blake steps forward, hands clasped lightly, his voice calm and steady after the emotional weight of the last question. He continues, we have time for more questions before we move into our closing reflections. Does anyone else have something they'd like to ask? He scans the room. A few people shift. A few glance at each other. And then Earl raises his hand slowly, deliberately, with that look that says, I'm about to say something. Peggy closes her eyes for half a second, already bracing herself. Dr. Blake nods, trying not to smile. He continues. Yes, Earl, go ahead. Earl clears his throat, sits up a little straighter, and folds his hands like he's about to deliver a sermon. He continues. Now, I ain't gonna mention no names, 'cause I don't want to embarrass nobody. The room chuckles. Peggy rolls her eyes so hard she almost sees the back of her skull. Earl presses on. But somebody I know who shall remain nameless likes to eat curry and garlic soup. A few people laugh softly. Peggy lifts her chin with exaggerated dignity. Earl adds, and this individual, he or her, I ain't saying which, likes to eat it right before bed or on a hot summer day or right before church or right before we gotta be around other human beings. The room breaks into warm laughter. Dr. Blake inhales slowly through his nose, fighting a smile. Earl continues. And it seems like every pore in this person's body, who I will not mention, smells like garlic and onions for a good 24 hours. I mean, it come out they skin. Blake, I can smell it in the sheets, I can smell it in the car, I can smell it in the yard. Peggy fans herself dramatically, pretending she's above it all. Earl leans forward, lowering his voice like he's sharing state secrets. He continues. So my question is, how am I supposed to solve this problem? 'Cause I ain't saying who it is, but I gotta live with this person. The room erupts again. Dr. Blake presses his lips together, his professionalism hanging on by a thread. He continues, with a perfectly straight face, "Thank you, Earl, that is a very vivid description." A few people snort. Blake adds, "And I appreciate your discretion regarding the individual involved." Peggy mutters, discretion. The room laughs again.
The room is still laughing softly when Dr. Blake inhales through his nose, straightens his posture, and lifts his chin with the kind of professionalism that only barely hides the smile tugging at the corner of his mouth. He continues, "Thank you, Earl. That is quite a vivid scenario." A few people snicker. Peggy folds her arms and gives Earl a sideways look that says, "You're lucky I love you." Dr. Blake keeps his tone steady. He continues, "Let me answer this in a general, medical way. Foods like garlic, onions, and certain spices contain compounds that are absorbed into the bloodstream. Once they circulate, they can be released through the lungs and through the pores of the skin. This is normal physiology." Peggy raises her eyebrows as if to say, "See. Science." Earl nods like he's receiving sacred wisdom. Dr. Blake continues, "So when someone eats a strong, aromatic food, especially in large amounts or close to bedtime, the scent can linger for several hours. Sometimes up to a full day." Earl mutters, I knew it." Peggy swats his arm lightly. Dr. Blake maintains his composure, though his eyes sparkle with amusement. He continues, "Now, in terms of what can help, hydration, balanced meals, and spacing out strong foods earlier in the day can reduce the intensity. But the scent itself is not harmful. It's simply the body processing what it has been given." Peggy lifts her chin proudly. Earl sighs dramatically. The room laughs again. Dr. Mercer steps forward with her calm, nutritional authority. She continues, "I want to add that certain individuals metabolize sulfur-rich foods more intensely than others. Garlic, onions, curry spices, these all contain compounds that can linger in the bloodstream. Drinking water, eating fiber, and spacing these foods earlier in the day can help the body process them more smoothly." She adds warmly, "And enjoying flavorful food is not a medical problem. It's simply something to be mindful of when sharing space with others." Peggy nods with a satisfied smile. Earl throws his hands up. "I ain't sayin' nobody's wrong. I'm just sayin' I gotta breathe." The room bursts into laughter. Dr. Hart steps forward with a gentle, educational tone. He continues, "The microbiome, the community of bacteria on the skin and in the gut, also plays a role. Some people naturally break down foods in a way that produces stronger scents. This is not a hygiene issue. It's biology." He adds, "So if someone notices stronger scents after certain meals, it may help to adjust timing, hydration, and overall diet balance. But it's not a sign of illness." Peggy nods graciously. Earl nods like he's taking notes for survival. He continues, "Thank you, Earl, for that very memorable question. And thank you to our specialists for the helpful explanations." He pauses, letting the laughter settle into warmth. He adds, "And for the record, enjoying garlic and curry is not a medical emergency." Peggy beams. Earl groans. The room laughs one more time.
Absolutely, Eltonetta. Here's a polished, emotionally intelligent, cinematic version of your updated narrator paragraph. I kept every intention you had, but refined the flow, clarity, and emotional weight so it lands cleanly and powerfully. What no one in the room knew was that the phone call LT received earlier wasn't about Marissa at all. It was Rich calling him back about something far more serious. LT had asked him who he should speak to about joining the military. He didn't want to tell anyone yet, not until he was sure. Rich told him to talk to Charles, the Marine, and mentioned that Earl could help arrange the meeting. And as the woman spoke about the scent, her body released under fear. Something inside LT shifted. He remembered moments from his past, moments he wished he could take back, recalling how his own immature behavior had caused that same scent in previous girlfriends. Hearing Dr. Blake explain that it was a stress response made something click inside him. Someone would have had to be in heightened emotional fear for their body to release that scent. The realization hit him hard, and he lowered his head in shame. For the first time, he understood what he had never understood before. The guilt didn't crush him. It clarified him. By the time the seminar ended, his mind was made up. He was going to talk to Earl. He was going to ask for that introduction. He was going to speak with Charles. And he was going to enlist.
Amethyst steps forward with her usual calm presence, her purple and blue fabric settling softly as she moves. She adjusts the diffuser, letting one last wave of grounding oils drift through the air, clove, cassia, and a hint of pine. The room quiets instantly. Her voice is warm, steady, and centered. She continues, "Thank you, everyone. Before we close, I want to invite us into one final grounding moment together. We've shared a lot today, stories, questions, laughter, and courage. Let's give our bodies a chance to settle." She lifts her hands gently, palms open. Place both feet flat on the floor. Let your shoulders soften, let your jaw loosen, and take a slow breath in through your nose. The room inhales, and release it gently. A soft exhale moves through the space like a single wave. Amethyst continues, "Notice the chair supporting you. Notice the air around you. Notice that you are safe. You are present, and you are not carrying today's stories alone." She pauses, letting the stillness deepen. Now place one hand on your chest, and one hand on your stomach. Feel your breath move under your palms. This is your reminder that your body belongs to you. Your story belongs to you. And your healing belongs to you. The room is silent, grounded, connected. Amethyst's voice softens even further. Take one more breath in, and let it go. Another wave of quiet exhalation fills the room. She lowers her hands. "Thank you for showing up for yourselves today. Thank you for showing up for each other. You have been brave, honest, and compassionate, and that is what makes this work meaningful." She steps back slightly, giving the room space. If you need to speak privately with any of our specialists, they will remain here for a few minutes. Otherwise, you are released for the day. Please move gently, hydrate, and take care of yourselves as you transition back into the rest of your afternoon. She offers a warm, grounding smile. You are dismissed. The room exhales one final time, a collective release, and the seminar comes to a peaceful close.
Dr. Blake steps forward one last time, smoothing the front of his shirt with that calm, collected professionalism he always carries. He continues, "If anyone here needs a participation form signed, I'll be right up front. Just bring it to me and I'll take care of it." He doesn't look at Rocky directly. He doesn't need to. Rocky already knows. Blake adds warmly, "Otherwise, you are officially dismissed. Thank you all for being here today." Chairs scrape softly. Bags zip. People stretch, murmur, and begin to file out of the room. Peggy makes a beeline for Rôvi, touching her arm gently. She continues. Sweetheart, me and Earl are taking you home, remember? Rôvi smiles that soft, floating smile that always looks like moonlight on water, and nods gratefully. Peggy squeezes her hand. Good, don't you go wandering off. Rôvi laughs quietly. Across the room, LT turns to Olga. She gives him a warm, almost shy smile, a little flirt, a little goodbye. She continues, take care of yourself, okay? He gives her that signature sideways smile, the one that's half charm, half trouble, half boy, trying to be a man. He nods. You too. She walks away, glancing back once. LT turns toward Earl, who is stuffing papers into his jacket pocket and muttering something about garlic. LT steps closer, voice low but steady, steadier than Earl has ever heard from him. He continues. Mr. Earl, I'm done being a boy. Earl freezes, looking up slowly. LT swallows hard, but he doesn't look away. I'm done with the street life. I'm done playing games with these women. I'm done wasting time. I want to be a man. A real man. Earl's eyebrows lift, not in judgment, but in surprise. LT continues. And the only way I'm gonna do that is if I do it fast, a friendship fast, a family fast, a luxury fast, a girlfriend fast, all of it. He takes a breath. And the only place I can do all that at once is the military. Earl's eyes widened. LT steps closer, voice firm. What I need from you is to help me get in contact with your brother-in-law, Charles. The Marine, I'm serious about this. Mr. Earl, I'm ready. For a moment, Earl just stares at him. Really stares, seeing the shift, the weight, the sincerity. Then Earl's whole face lights up. Proud, shocked, moved. He opens his mouth. And that's where it ends. The scene freezes on Earl's stunned, glowing expression. LT stands in front of him, shoulders squared, finally choosing the man he wants to become.